Hey guys, how is everybody doing? Yeah, that guy in Mc, Judge McBurney's court in Atlanta, he killed a man and then stole his dog. He wants to represent himself. Judy, did he ever change his mind? Or is he still wanting to represent himself? Because he doesn't need to represent himself. He absolutely does not need to represent himself. It was funny just watching the judge explain to him why he shouldn't represent himself. Oh, okay. Hi, Carla. Hi, Lynn. Hey, Judy. Just because. They have not started yet. And I am going to take notes because I haven't been taking notes. I started taking notes for the pretrial and then I stopped because I thought, oh, this is just pretrial hearings. Not a big deal. Why do you insist on that door being open? I guess I don't want to get slapped again, so I should leave it open. Jeez, grumpy. Speaking of shadow, that emoji didn't work, Carla. Sorry. It said it has to be a 1-to-1 ratio. So I don't know. That's all it said when I tried to upload it. I know. I know. I know. I know. I know. So what Peter Tragos on Lawyer You Know, what he went over about the hearing yesterday, I didn't catch. The sanctions that Brennan wants is he wants every motion because of the text message or whatever it was from Proctor that accidentally got put into a motion. He wants the sanction to be that all of the defense's motions be sealed and then have the judge review it before it gets unsealed. But just the defense, not the Commonwealth's. And Peter asked his dad, because his dad used to work for like this, I want to say like the Attorney General's office. Like he used to be like a big shot lawyer. Like I don't even know, but like a big shot lawyer. And oh, yeah, and have prosecution review it. And I don't know how I missed that. I guess I was paying attention to you guys or crocheting or something. I thought the gag order was for everybody. I missed that it was just for the defense. And then I watched Peter's live and I was like, wait a minute, how did I miss that? So I'm going to take notes so that will help me to pay better attention. Um, but Peter Tragos asked his dad if he had ever heard of that before, and he said never. He had never heard of that. It's both sides or nothing. So that's that's just wrong. See, that's what I thought. That is what I thought. But that's not what Peter said. Peter said it was just okay. See, now I'm confused. See, I thought the gag order was for both sides. And then when I watched Peter's live yesterday, I thought, well, wait a minute. I wasn't paying good enough attention then because I missed somehow that it was just one sided. Okay. Hang on. You guys know I get easily confused. Why did I decide to do this? Okay. The okay, so everybody has the gag order. The gag order applies for any outside speech. The filing under seal is only for the defense. Okay. Well, that's still wrong. No, if it's under seal, it should be under seal for everybody. Right. I remember that. Because I remember saying, of course, he wants her to speak because he wants to use her words against her. I remember that because I remember saying that. Of course, he wants her to speak. He wants her to be able to speak so he can pick and choose what she says to use against her at trial. But the sealing of the motions I thought was for both sides, and then for Bev to review it before it's unsealed. But it's not. It's just the defense. And Papa Trago said he had never heard of that ever in his entire career. Brennan is shady AF, man. Really, really. And dang, why aren't they starting? And um the thing about the investigation, the federal investigation. Well, Judy, you can text me. I won't share it cuz I want to know what you think. Um the thing about the investigation, the federal investigation being over, Peter isn't sure. Peter wasn't sure about the wording because Brennan said, or was it Brennan that said it? I'm getting mixed up on who said what now. That's why I need to take notes. Brennan was sent a letter saying the federal investigation was over, but the defense got a copy of the letter. Did they get a copy of the letter from Brennan, or did they get a copy from the federal investigation itself? Like, did Brennan get an original from the feds and then the feds gave a copy to the defense, or did Brennan send a copy to the defense? The wording made it unclear. Like, who notified the defense that it was over? And Peter says just because it's over doesn't mean that it can be reopened. So he said letter in the hearing yesterday. He said letter. And that the defense got a copy of the letter. But the question is, who sent the copy to the defense? Was it Brennan, or did the Fed send a copy of the original letter that went to the Commonwealth? That's what we don't know because the wording was funny. It was just Commonwealth got the original letter, defense got a copy of the letter, but we don't know who sent them the copy of the letter. Also, just because they got a letter on January 30th, they got a letter that it was closed. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's closed or that it's still closed because investigations can open and close back and forth, back and forth. They got a letter on January 30th that the federal investigation into this case was closed. That's part of what Brennan was having a hissy fit about yesterday because Eliza Little stood up, I don't remember what day it was, and asked for records from the Sandra Birchmore case and the Brian Walsh case because some of the same state troopers had investigated those cases as well as the Karen Reed case. And hey, Jelly Bean, and they asked for those records before January 30th. And Brennan's all like, yeah, something like that. She asked before they knew the investigation had been closed. And Brennan is making a stink about it because she shouldn't have asked for those records because the investigation was closed. She asked before they were closed. Right, exactly. Hey, Terry. Yeah. So she asked for them before they knew the investigation was closed. And Brennan is having a hissy fit about it because he said it was improper for her to ask for those records. Right now, he's nitpicking right now. And the reason why he's nitpicking is because he knows that she didn't do it. He's playing dirty. I mean, this man is getting paid 6 figures to try this case. Hey, Rodney, did I already say hi? I don't know. The brain fog is bad today. It's raining. My nose hurts. I'm not dripping today like I was yesterday. I'm still got that like sinus headache, and my nose it's not. Yesterday it was just dripping. I have to go around and pick up pieces of tissue because my dogs like to pull my snot rags out of the garbage and eat them. That's gonna be fun later when I feel like doing it. So, yeah, the weather. The weather hates me too. StreamYard and the weather both hate me. I've been good. I'm a good person. I don't understand. Well, I'm glad you're here, Rodney. That makes me feel better. Ah, spring. I'm ready to skip spring. Let's just skip and go right to summer. Now that I have air conditioning again, we we put the window unit in. We put the weather unit, the window unit in, and we turned it on for like 15 minutes and it was freezing in here. I was like, "Ooh, I don't know if we need to spend the $8,000 on a central unit because I think that one might cool our whole house." Maybe they'll listen to you. because they won't listen to me. They're all over the place. And I'm like, ooh, you guys, that is not food. Stop. Stop, stop, stop. But no, they do it every time. Every time. What is taking so long? Law and Crime just put up a poll. Do you think the case against Karen Reed should be dismissed? 73% yes, 27% no. Oh, in Peter's chat yesterday, there were some people, oh, she's guilty. She needs to go to jail, blah, blah, blah. And then people were like, oh, the McAlberts are in the chat. You guys just ignore them. The thing about Peter's chat, he has something like 260,000 subscribers. He does not have any mods. None. He has two employees in his law firm that police his chat. And they put up polls and they star super chats and that kind of stuff, or star questions. No mods. So the trolls and that kind of stuff, just go. I don't even know if the people that he's got working for him that help with the chat, I don't even know if they like block people or whatever. I'm assuming that they do, but there's a lot that gets by in his chat. And somebody was like, I am warming up the block button. There's a lot of people just, but the good thing is that people don't take the bait in his chat. And I think they do that out of respect for Peter because he's such a nice guy. So there's not arguments or stuff. People just ignore him when they do that. I don't think that she's going to dismiss it. I really don't. And I think she probably, I hate to say that because judges aren't supposed to want the outcome to be one way or another, but I think she probably does want her to be convicted because she's friends with the people involved. So of course she wants an outcome a certain way, which is why she should have recused herself. And like I said before, if I was her, I would have recused myself. Just because it would have been a headache for me. Like, why do I want to put myself in that position? But whatever, that was her decision, so she has to live with it now. Well, my thing with opinions is that you can have an opinion and not attack somebody with an opposite opinion. Saying, I believe this because, and listing off the points why you believe it, and disagreeing with somebody else and listening to them list off their reasons, and then just saying, okay, well, I agree to disagree, or discussing why you think the way you do and why you differ in the way you think. That's fine, that's constructive. But when you say things like, oh, that is so stupid that you think that way, you're an idiot, that is not constructive. And if my chat ever grows so big that that kind of thing starts happening, the mods, you have my permission to time out people that start doing that, because I don't want that kind of talk in my chat. I mean, you can warn first, just say things like, um, treat each other with respect. It's okay to have difference of opinions. Just no name calling, no personal attacks. And then if it continues, then just start timing people out, because that's not how That's not how you have debates. You don't attack somebody personally. That's not going to make anybody change their mind. And so what? Who cares if somebody changes their mind or not? It doesn't matter. It absolutely doesn't matter. That's why we're watching these trials together, to talk about them. We're not here to try to encourage each other to change their mind. We're just here to watch them together and talk about them. So I wonder what is taking so long. So are the ARCA guys testifying? You're right, and I don't understand that. I don't I don't get it. I can remember my mom's best friend when I was little was a Jehovah's Witness. And we are, let's see, what church? I think we were, yeah, we were Baptist. We switched over to Assembly of God at some point. Anyway, I don't remember which we were at the time. But they would have long discussions, long discussions. Never raised her voice, never fought, never nothing, but she'd have her Jehovah's Witness books out. Mom would have the Bible out and her Bible commentary books. Hours. Never a fight, never a raised voice, nothing. And I can remember thinking, how did they do that for hours? That's a little too in depth for me. I don't I would just shake my head and go to my room and play. I'm like, you do you, y'all. But that's the way it's supposed to be. You're not supposed to fight. You're supposed to love everybody and discuss your differences and still be friends and love each other no matter what your differences are. That's the way the world's supposed to be. And why do people feel like they need to hate people with differences? I don't get it. I, yeah, Jelly Bean, I don't understand that. How does that benefit you to go into a chat room and just piss everybody off? Why do people think that's fun? What satisfaction does that give you? Yeah. There's lots of times, like with the Zachary Hughes trial. I would come to conclusions because I was streaming it, so I would come to conclusions, and then I would go over to Recovery Addicts channel, and then I would talk to him about stuff, and then I would come back to you guys and say, "Now I've reconsidered because I talked to Scott about it, and now I think this." So yeah, because I somebody else saw it a different way and then explained it to me, and then I was like, "Oh yeah, I can see why I might have been wrong about that now." So people see things differently. You have to look at things from everybody comes at stuff from their own perspective. Like with Colin Griffith, I was very glad that they found him not guilty because I'm looking at that through the eyes of a child that had a very controlling, coercive mother. I got a fraction of what he got. And no, I didn't kill my mother. I never thought about killing my mother. Never, ever would I have done that. She died when I was 21, and I was heartbroken when she died. But every situation is different. And I felt like he thought maybe at the time, we don't know what happened in that house. He may have thought that was his only recourse at the time. I mean, he kept asking for help. A lot of people saw that differently. And I get it. I had I been on the jury in the jury room talking to other people, then it might have been different because somebody else might have seen it from a different perspective. Yeah, it's sad. What was the federal hearing about? Was it about, was it with Karen Reed's lawyers? Was it about the was it about the investigation, or was it about the double jeopardy thing? That already went to the Massachusetts, enunciate, Debbie, went to the Massachusetts Supreme Court. Yeah, any people with really low self-esteem, anything they can do to make themselves feel better about themselves. Except I didn't do that. When I was growing up, I had a horrible self-esteem because of my mom, but I didn't do that. I shrunk down into myself. I didn't want to be noticed. I didn't want to. And I am surprised that I did as well as I did in nursing when I first started out. Because to be a nurse, you have to have a little bit of a backbone. That's probably why it's a good thing I started in the nursing home, because in the nursing home, that's their home. It's not like critically ill people that you have to, because when you're working in a hospital and you've got doctors that have a whole bunch of patients, and you've got a bunch of different nurses pulling doctors every which way, you have to be really assertive. So it's probably a good thing I started working in the nursing home. There were emergencies, but it wasn't like every minute could be an emergency kind of a thing. And then by the time I went to work in the hospital, I was better at it. I still had my moments where the doctor had to be like, when you need a doctor now, you need to say, I need a doctor now. I saved a kid's life, but I might have told you all this story before. I had I had a patient that her heart rate went really high after a procedure that she had, and it was change of shift for the doctors. I could not get a doctor to come to her room. I had called them and paged them and called them and paged them. I told the charge nurse couldn't get a doctor in there. So I found a doctor down the hall, and he was talking to a parent, and I walked up to him, and I just And I just stood there. And he looked at me and he goes, "Do you need me?" I said, "Yes, sir." And he's talking to the parent and he said, "Okay, I'll be there in a minute." And I'm just standing there. He goes, "Do you need me now?" I said, "Yes, sir." And he goes, "Okay, what's up?" And I told him and he goes, "Okay." And then he politely excused himself from the parent and he went down to the room and then he goes in the room, checks on the patient, and then he hauls ass down the hall. And he goes into the doctor's, like where they change shift. And I could hear him yelling out in the hall. He chewed their asses out. And then I and then I went back to the room to stay with the patient. And then next thing I know, there's like 12 doctors in that room. So um they took her up to the pediatric. She was like 15, 16. They took her up to the pediatric intensive care. Her mom was like, "I am so glad you were her nurse tonight. I was so glad you were here." And then she didn't want to leave me, the little girl. She didn't want to leave me. She kept saying, "I don't want to go to pediatric ICU. I want to stay with you. I want to stay with you. I don't want to go to the ICU." And I said, "Chelsea, you have to go to the ICU. You have to. It's just for tonight. You'll be back down in here tomorrow, and I will be your nurse tomorrow. It's going to be fine. You just have to spend the night up there." "No, no, no. I don't want to go. I don't want to go." So then the doctor calls me on the phone the next day and he goes, "Debbie, I'm really, really sorry." I'm like, "For what?" And he goes, "I didn't mean to yell at you." I was like, "You didn't yell at me. What are you talking about?" He said, "You did really, really good." And I was like, "Oh, thank you." He said, "Just when you need a doctor, you need to say, 'I need you now. Come now.'" I was like, "Oh, you didn't yell at me. It's okay." He thought he hurt my feelings. It's like, no. But yeah, because like when you're a nurse, your hands are tied because you can't do things. You have to tell a doctor. And when they won't listen to you, what are you going to do? So, yeah, that was my first experience with needing to have a backbone and tell somebody in authority that they needed to do something. And that was not easy for me to do. But it got easier cuz after that I was like, "Oh, I'm good now. I can do it. I've been told that that's what I need to do." And yeah. So you think they're still doing the federal thing? Wonder how long that's going to take. It is really, really sad. And everybody used to always say, "I don't know how you can do that." And the funny thing is, when I was a kid, we used to go on like trips with our church group, with our youth group, to nursing homes. And I knew I was going to be a nurse. And I would pray and I would say, "All right, Lord, if you want me to be a nurse, I'll be a nurse. But please don't ever make me work in a nursing home." 12 years of my nursing career were in a nursing home. So I used to joke, I would tell people, "Don't ever tell God that you won't do something because that will be the first place He puts you." But I loved it. I really, really did love it. And um, it is sad. It is sad. But once you find your place in something like that, you find ways to deal with the sad part. You find coping mechanisms to deal with that so that it's not so bad. No, federal cases are never public. They're never ever public. I know. I heard that. See, My impression was like they were found dead in their beds with their dog, their faithful dog on the floor or something. But they had two other dogs. The dog that died was their guard dog, and wasn't one of them in the bathroom? His wife was in the bathroom, and then he was somewhere else. And there were pills all over the place, which is really weird. Dennis Quaid, I might already told you guys this. Chemo brain is horrible, y'all. Oh, the wife was in the living room. I thought somebody was in the bathroom. No, I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, Randy Quaid said he was one of the highest paid residual actors, meaning like residual pay from his films in Hollywood. Oh man, that's sad. But I don't think he would be killed for that reason. He was 95 years old. I'm always so weirded out when old people die or killed. They're old. How much longer are they going to live anyway? I mean, come on. I mean, and that sounds flip, but it's not. I don't mean it that way. I mean, if you're waiting, I mean, if you want them to die because you want something, like money or something from them, just wait. They're old. You know what I mean? It's stupid. But I guess his wife was like what, 30 years younger than him? I didn't realize he was that old. I didn't even recognize him in the pictures that I've seen of him since this happened. They put pictures of him up all over the place, what he looks like now. I wouldn't even recognize him if I saw him on the street. Looks like a completely different person. Yeah, which is stupid. Yeah, because Travis was like, he was 65. I said, no, he wasn't. He was 95. I said his wife was in her 60s and she was like 30 years younger than he was. And he goes, oh, well, then maybe that's where I heard 65. I said, yeah, she's younger. The thing about federal courts, too, is that we're not going to know what the decision is. I don't think they do a decision right away either. So we're not going to we're not going to know a decision before April 1st, are we? So what if, hang on, my brain is processing. I told y'all the brain fog is bad today because of the weather. Um, how many weeks till April 1st? Three ish? Are they going to have a decision before the trial starts? Because if the trial starts, they're going to charge her with all three counts from the beginning of the trial. And then if they decide they're going to drop the other two counts, can they do that mid trial? They're going to have to come back with a decision before April 1st. See, now that is more plausible than Hollywood doing it. Why would he owe anybody money? If he was making that much money from Hollywood, why would he owe anyone money? There's probably all kinds of stories going around. I had a snack. I wanted toast, but I didn't want to wake up the dogs by them smelling the toast. So I decided to have two pieces of bread instead. And then I got the bread out of the bread bag and I turned to my left and there was Spike. I don't know how he knew I had bread. I should have just had toast like I wanted. Oh, I'm sleepy too, and I think that is also from the weather. Oh, look, there's some sun. It was raining. I I want them to drop them, but to be perfectly honest, my opinion is that they won't. And I think because of the way the jury form was not filled out, that they shouldn't. Because I don't think they should just take the word of a jury after the fact that, yes, this is what we decided, even though we didn't write it on a jury form. And I know that's probably an unpopular opinion. I would love for them to throw them out. I'm not saying that they shouldn't or they wouldn't. I'm just saying I think it sets up a bad precedent if they're going to do that every time. Like, if after a trial, several jury members go to part of the trial team, either side, and says, oh, but we all decided this on this charge, and then they go to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court upholds that even though they didn't write it on the jury form. I think it's a slippery slope, but that's just my personal opinion. Yeah, Spike knows everything. No, it still hasn't started. It's like 45 minutes now. Yes, Spike knows everything. And I think he can teleport too. He will be nowhere in sight. Nowhere. And I'll think about food and he appears. Okay. I haven't gotten to this part. Carlin, you haven't gotten to this part, so you don't know yet. Bev told them not to fill out anything on the jury form until they had come to a 100% unanimous decision. So, okay, just because you're gonna have to help me out. You're the one with the super awesome memory, and I'm the one with the Swiss cheese brain. If you're not working and paying attention, Judy, you can help me too. It was second degree murder. Exactly. Exactly. Second degree murder. Was it manslaughter? What was the second one? That was the one they were hung on. And the third one was leaving the scene of an accident with great bodily injury or death. The second one was manslaughter by vehicular manslaughter. Dang it, I'm gonna have to look it up. Second degree murder, manslaughter while operating under the influence of alcohol and leaving the scene of personal injury and death. Leaving the scene of an accident with personal injury and death. I cheated. I Googled it. So she told them not to fill out the jury form at all until they came to a unanimous decision. And they found her not guilty on second degree murder and not guilty of leaving the scene of an accident of personal injury. And they were hung on manslaughter while operating under the influence of alcohol. Right. So they did have unanimous decisions on one and three, but two they were hung on. So they don't think she did it on purpose. And they found her not guilty on leaving the scene of an accident because if she did it accidentally, then she didn't know that she did it. So then you can't charge her with leaving the scene of an accident that she didn't know she did. So counts one and counts three, yeah, the whole form was confusing. Counts one and counts three, they found her not guilty for. They hung on count two. But nobody asked them, did they only hang on one of the counts? Nobody asked them anything. They were hung on one, therefore, they just counted it a mistrial for all three. And then the jurors were confused. They just got like shuffled off to the bus that took them to the parking garage or whatever. And they were confused because they were like, why did they not ask us any questions? We didn't find her guilty on those other charges. And they started going to the defense counsel saying, but we didn't find her guilty on the other ones. And they tried to get the other charges dismissed. And then they went to the Massachusetts Supreme Court and they said no. And so now they're going to the federal Supreme Court. Right. They didn't fill out anything on the form because Bev said, don't fill out the form until you come to a unanimous decision on all counts. And they didn't because they were hung on one of the three. But the other two they found are not guilty. So yeah, it's double jeopardy because they found her not guilty on the other two counts. Yeah. So I know what we can do. I will wait. Well, really?
And sir, if I could direct your attention again,
On
2532.
StreamYard.
And there's a message there sent at 10:56 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who's that from?
A friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what does he say in that text?
I'm sure that
This is Trooper Michael Proctor talking about the text messages that he sent about Kieran Reed to his buddies during the last trial.
owner of the house will receive some shit.
And you respond at 10:56 as well as 10:57. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is it that you respond?
My first response was nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
And what, if anything, were you saying, or what was the purpose of that text in regard to the homeowner?
I was just letting him know that essentially Mr. O'Keefe is a Boston cop, and the homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
Now, if I could turn your attention to 2533. And top of the page, sir, if you could read through that page as far as who's texting and what are they saying.
I hope not, but I can't see it. I responded with, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital. He was banged up.
Now, as far as the next text from a 781 number,
Mhm.
What does that say?
Did he get beat up?
And you responded to that, is that correct?
I did.
The objection sustained as to form.
What, if any, response did you provide to that?
Nope.
Objection. The objection was to the former question and the answer.
I'll strike it.
Now, turning your attention to 2534. And from this page, sir, if you could again just read through as far as indicating to the jury who's speaking and what is being said.
From the start of the first text, so the owner of the house.
Yes.
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him. That's what I initially thought after talking to Can paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
And those last two are your responses, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the following text messages are from your friends, is that correct?
Yes.
What do they say?
Does she waffle the mean? What's the story? I responded, she hit him with her car.
And the she that you're referring to there, who is that?
Miss Reed.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2535. Again, if you could start at the top of the page and read through that page and just indicate to the jury who is talking and what is being said.
Okay. My friend in Tennessee states, okay, that's fucked up. I respond, intentional or not. Then another response, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him, question mark. That's another animal we won't be able to prove. And then I respond, they arrived at the house together, gone to an argument.
I didn't want to speak out loud or out of turn.
The objection's overruled.
Your Honor,
But
if I could say this, there needs to be an identifier for who's
I
speaking.
understand what you think the mix-up is. So, Mr. Lally, go back.
Thank you.
Sir, if you could please, again, start at the top of the page and just indicate.
No,
as
just after the gotcha, he was frozen in the driveway, correct, Mr. Jackson?
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
I respond, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. I follow that up. They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left. 781 number responds with, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton, the other one involved.
And how do you respond to that, sir?
There's several other messages before I issue a response.
Objection again. Bottom of the page.
So it's not an objection, but Mr. Lally, why don't you point him?
So, sir, at the bottom of page 2535, you have a response, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is that response?
They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
Objection.
So it's going to be a matter you can address on cross.
There has to be some accuracy with the reading.
So I understand. So, Mr. Lally, why don't you go point for your witness?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. It's a HTML link. It's whiteout / Proctor iCloud / group chat Feb 2022. So you point out.
Can I see what you have for a second, please?
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Lally, it's on there. Why don't you go?
The rest of the unprofessional and regrettable comments are, so these came from me. From all,
Response for the jury.
yeah, but there'll be some serious charges brought on the girl.
And what did you mean by that, sir?
That throughout the course of the day, we had compelling evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
And you have two responses from friends, the same friend at the bottom of that, page 2537, is that correct?
Keep your voice up loud, please. Trooper Proctor, jurors can't hear you.
Yes, Your Honor. Number ending in 5051. Got to be. I can only imagine what internal affairs of the BPD are trying to get out there. The second response, same number. She hot at least.
And turning your attention to the next page, 2538, at the top, if you could just read a series of responses from yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
Read from those, sir.
Yep. So these came from me. From all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job. CUNT.
Objection.
So don't spell it. You have to. So these are your words, Trooper Proctor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
Cunt. Yes, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. Though. No ass.
And sir, what is it that you were referring to there, or why would you text that?
These were, from all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. Is talking about the homeowner, Mr. Albert. I had mentioned the compelling evidence against Miss Reed at this point indicated that Mr. Albert had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death. The rest of the unprofessional and regrettable comments are something I'm not proud of, and I shouldn't have wrote in a private or any type of setting.
Sir, 2540. And there's a photograph that's shared within this text communication, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And does it indicate who shared that photograph? From the prior page, possibly.
The number ending in 5051.
And who is depicted in that photograph that was shared within the group text?
It's Miss Reed being escorted out of the State Police Milton Barracks.
And these are all from February 1st of 2022, around that time frame, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct you to page 2543. And sir, if I could direct you to the top of the page and ask you to read through that page, indicating who's speaking and what the content of those communications are.
Okay. Number ending in 4146. Question, is that chick a smoke? Again, 4146 question mark. I respond EH. I respond again, nutbag, as Chief would say. I also respond with, she's got a leaky balloon knot, leaks poo.
And what, if anything, is that in reference to, sir?
Again, to Ms. Reed's some medical conditions there. Again, unprofessional comments I should not have made, and that I'm not proud of.
As far as attitudes expressed within these text messages and other text messages, what, if any, impact did that have as far as your investigation was concerned regarding these?
These juvenile, unprofessional comments have zero impact on the facts and the evidence and the integrity of this investigation. They said these are unprofessional comments, but they absolutely do not detract from the integrity of the investigation or the facts and evidence of it.
Your Honor, may I approach this retrieve?
Yes.
Now, Trooper Proctor, contained within, you've seen text messages amongst yourself and a variety of different people from that same sort of iCloud area of your personal phone, correct?
Correct.
And among those, are there communications that you had with members of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
And how would you characterize, or what was the general content of communications that you had with members of the Canton Police Department?
One communication was to coordinate interview times for firefighters and police officers and to set up a conference room where those interviews could be conducted. Obviously, the presence of Canton detectives or any police.
That was one of the most egregious things I have seen in this whole trial. That was disgusting. Even if she was guilty, why would you, number one, why would you text your buddies from high school about it? And number two, why would you talk about her medical conditions? They recused the Canton police. And then they went to the state troopers. But why that state trooper? Why didn't they pick a different state trooper that had no relationship to this family, to these families? Yeah, but why did he hate her? Because she was an outsider? Because I forgot where she was from. He said because of her accent, because of where she was from. Do you really hate somebody just because they're from someplace else? Because she was an outsider? This whole case is just so bizarre. And recovery addicts, like, I don't really want to do Karen Reed again. I don't like the outside drama. I like the courtroom drama, but I don't like the outside drama. I feel sorry for this woman. That's where Lizzie Borden was from? I didn't know that. That's possible. That's very possible. Karen was, she seemed to me to be a very insecure person. Biggin, I don't know if you guys know Biggin. I know some of you know Biggin. He does body cam footage every night around 6 o'clock. He does like a couple hours of body cam footage. And anytime there's like a domestic violence thing where somebody is accusing the other person of cheating, he always says, well, they're accusing somebody of cheating because they're probably cheating themselves. And last night I said, Biggin, I don't think that's always the case. I think people that are really insecure will always assume the other person is going to cheat on them. And he said, well, no, I've always heard it's because they're doing it. So they think the other person is doing it too. And while he could be right, I don't think that that's all the time. I think there's percentages on both. Because I told you about the Aruba vacation where he hugged his friend's sister and she blew up at him in the lobby of the hotel where they were staying. She screamed across the room, "Who the F are you?" Bye, Carla. Have fun. Be careful. To assume because you see your boyfriend hugging a woman that you don't know, to assume that he's cheating on you just because you see him hugging someone, to me, that's being insecure. If I were to see Travis hugging someone that I didn't know, I would just walk up and say, "Oh, hi, I'm Debbie. Who are you?" I would just assume it was somebody that a long lost friend of Travis's that I hadn't met yet. And she knew they were going to be meeting people that were friends of his. She knew they were going there to meet his friend. So why would you fly off the handle because you see him hugging a girl that you don't know? Because you know you're going there to meet friends. Yeah, she was innocent too. From what I understand. That's another weird case. To be honest, that's another weird case too. Mhm. Right. Right. Just insecurity. And another thing that Karen did on that vacation, she felt awkward because she didn't know anybody and she bought everybody a round of drinks. And I mean, she had the money, but alcohol's expensive. If I meet a new group of people, I don't feel compelled to buy a round of drinks for a large group of people the first time I'm invited somewhere with them. You know what I mean? I feel like she did, and there was another example of her doing something like that. I don't remember what it was, but it seemed like she did things like that to ingratiate herself into groups of people. And I don't know if something had happened in her past. I don't know anything about her, but I just get the impression that she's a very insecure person. Now, I think, I don't know what the fight was about in the car that night. But I know some of the freaking out about him not being home was because the house on 34 Fairview was near one of his ex-girlfriend's houses. So she was also afraid that he was at his ex-girlfriend's house. So that was another reason for the panic. It was, one was, well, he always comes home because of the kids. He never stays out all night. But another part of that panic was he was close to his ex-girlfriend's house. And I think that she was just an insecure, clingy type of person. And that was bad in the relationship. And I think that there were times where she felt that he just kept her around to take care of the kids. So I don't think it was a good relationship. I think it had some toxic tendencies on both sides. And they probably weren't good together. And they probably were on the verge of breaking up. That doesn't mean that she killed him, though. So they're using their fights and their relationship problems to try to say that that was motive for a murder. And I don't see that as motive for a murder. I see that as a struggling couple that loved each other and wanted to try to make things work, even though they were having problems. I can get, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Being such an insecure person and being told, well, he never went in the house, I can see her thinking, could I have hit him? I don't think my mind would have gone there, but I can see how her mind could have gone there. Yeah, and she also that night didn't really want to go inside because she had to go to the bathroom. And that was one of the problems I had with the behavior. I love the behavior panel. I'm still not sure what I think about behavioral analysis. I have watched the behavior panel get things right and get things wrong. So I'm not sold on it 100% yet. But they don't research anything before they watch a video because they want to, do a cold reaction to it. But sometimes I really think they should, because they made a big deal about her saying that she wanted to leave because she had to go to the bathroom. They were like, why didn't she just go in and ask somebody where the bathroom was and go to the bathroom? Not when you have Crohn's. You don't want to use somebody else's bathroom. So it's not that simple. Good. Good, good, good. Oh, what is going on? That was weird. It just started, but it said it started 8 minutes ago. It just started right now. So we missed 8 minutes of it.
I'm getting to that. I understand that. But if you'll allow me to make the argument and to indicate what the court asked the court officer to join us at sidebar. He then indicated that it was Lieutenant Fanning. Ms. McLaughlin then went on to say that Lieutenant Fanning had supposedly done it from some unnamed or unidentified person. There was no evidence presented at the time. As the court knows, there was no declaration. However, though this through the court officer may be on a recording, and the court confronted that juror with that information. Doesn't agree with the juror. I remember. No, I wasn't talking about the case. Over the parking cars or making sure that citizens got in and out of the courtroom appropriately. We were told he was the commander of the extensive security operations in this case. It is reasonable to conclude from that statement that Fanning was either directly in charge of the jurors, which the court is now telling me he wasn't. Again,
You were told that at sidebar
No.
that day by Ms. McLaughlin.
No, we were not. We were told.
I have the transcript.
Well, Your Honor, what we were told is what his title was. Commander of the extensive security operations of the court. So we reasonably concluded that he was either directly in charge of the jurors or in charge of the people who were in charge of security of the jurors. But we were never allowed the opportunity to find out exactly what his role was because the court didn't take evidence, refused our request at the time in good faith. Both Mr. Yannetti and I asked the court to take evidence from Lieutenant Fanning. The
I
court
think it was Ms.
declined.
Little.
I'm sorry?
I think it was Ms. Little who asked me to.
And what was the court's response? The court's response was to decline that invitation. We didn't take any evidence, which would have drawn down on the issue, so I wouldn't have to make reasonable conclusions. I would actually have the information. So of course, that's one of the issues that is attendant to our motion to dismiss, because it seems wildly inappropriate. Here's what we do know about Lieutenant Fanning. Once his name was uttered, here's what we did know. He's among the troopers that is one of Michael Proctor's supervisors. He interviewed several prosecution witnesses who testified at trial against Miss Reed, including Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan, Bridget Meehan, Heather Maxson. He interviewed all of those individuals, or took part in those interviews. Lieutenant Fanning was at the defendant's home and seized her cell phone in January of 2024, just months before the trial began. Lieutenant Fanning was included on the text chain where Trooper Proctor said he was going through my client's phone looking for nudes. And then his name comes up at sidebar as the commander of the extensive security operations attendant to this case. And he's the source report to whom something was reported about juror misconduct. When you couple those two things together, that he's the commander of security and a person who supposedly, through hearsay, overheard a juror making statements about the case, and they have an entire myriad of individuals to whom they could report it. They report it to Fanning, and then Fanning reports it to the court officer who reports it to the court. It is not unreasonable to conclude that he was at least within the orbit of the security operations governing the jurors, which is exactly why we put it in our papers. And without additional information clarifying that, we have no way of knowing that he wasn't involved or didn't have any direct access to the jurors. If he didn't, he didn't. And that's a fact that everybody can agree on. But when we heard the information, the only reasonable conclusion we had, given the fact that he was the source of the information and he was defined as the commander of security over the entire case, not part of the case, the entire case, which includes the jury, that is a reasonable conclusion.
So you signed your affidavit 2 weeks ago when you already knew that he did not have any access to the jurors.
No, I didn't. I absolutely did
Signed
not.
and sworn under the pains and penalties of perjury this 21st day of February 2025.
Correct. On February 21st, 2025, we were still at the first time that it was mentioned that he had absolutely no access to the jurors. He never had any contact with the jurors is when we received our responsive documents from the opposition from the Commonwealth. In that document, they mentioned he never had any direct access. He didn't have indirect access. They make these claims with no verification, by the way, no declaration, no supporting evidence, no declaration from the attorneys who filed the opposition. That's the first time someone actually took the position that he had absolutely no access to any of the jurors, direct or indirect. So when we filed our papers, the information that I just told the court is the information we were working from.
I will let you move on. I can tell you, I'm really not satisfied with your answer, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor,
Well, put it this way. Let's say it this way. So now that you know that he had absolutely no access to the jury, what's the nature of the conflict? How is your client's right to a fair trial jeopardized?
is
Now
there
that
evidence?
you know it's not true.
Is there evidence? My question is there evidence? Absolutely. I don't know that to be true. I mean, I take the court at its word, obviously, clear.
So we will move on from that, Mr. Jackson. We'll move on from that. So
Well, the court's asking what is what's our indication of the impropriety of him actually report his conduct and ultimately leading to the exclusion of a very, very defense-friendly defense-friendly juror, or presumably a defense-friendly juror, and knowing at the same time that he was intimately involved in the prosecution of my client. That's the reason, because he was at least within the orbit of commanding, according to Ms. McLaughlin, commanding the extensive security services over this case, and he ends up, just ironically, who knew? He ends up being the source of the information that got that juror removed. That's awfully coincidental, Your Honor. And yes, that shouldn't have happened. He certainly never should have had any access, even in the orbit of the jurors, directly or indirectly.
Why do I have a purple screen?
Inquired as to why he was the one receiving the report. Why Lieutenant Fanning, of all people, who then reports it to the court officer, who then reports it to the court, who then removes the juror. That's an awfully straight line between Lieutenant Fanning, who has an interest in this case, and the removal of a juror. That's improper in our view. And that's why we put it in the papers, and that's why we argued it the way we did. because we were working off of extremely reasonable beliefs based on information that was provided to us at sidebar in the court's presence.
All right, so that's your answer to my question.
That's my answer.
May I have a moment to confer with counsel?
Yes.
We missed the damn question. Darn you, law and crime. You started 8 minutes earlier than you actually started the feed. It literally said started 8 minutes ago when it started. Stupid.
These issues in our Giannetti, I think, should, as local counsel.
Okay. I'm just going to leave it alone.
Thank you for that. The court invoked Mr. Giannetti and said, as local counsel, he knows this not to be true. Mr. Giannetti just indicated to me that that's not quite the fact. And so Mr. Giannetti, I think, should be able to at least address the court. As the court said yesterday, when we file something, we file it on behalf of everyone, including Mr. Giannetti. So if the court would allow Mr. Giannetti to explain what his experience is, that may elucidate on this issue.
If we have time later, go on with your argument.
I'm happy to, Your Honor, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. The cumulative discovery misconduct by the Commonwealth, as laid out in our moving papers, through their agents has been both egregious and pervasive. We've outlined most of these issues in our moving papers, all of these issues in our moving papers, but I want to concentrate my argument for the court this afternoon on the exculpatory Sallyport videos. I'm not waiving any of our arguments in the moving papers, but in the interest of time and focus, I think it bears upon the court at this point to consider most prominently the Sallyport issue, or the Sallyport video issue. The Commonwealth, to start off with, two facts that are true. The Commonwealth cannot deny the untimely disclosure of critical exculpatory evidence. They cannot and they will not deny that untimely disclosure. And they also cannot deny that critical evidence was intentionally, not by some sort of mishap, but intentionally was withheld from us. So what do they do in their opposition? Most of the time they spend saying that the prosecutors themselves did not know. They had no actual knowledge. Well, they concede the unavoidable in their moving papers, which is that the Massachusetts State Police and the Canton Police Department both knew about the evidence and both withheld it. Conveniently, they throw much of this on the back of Michael Proctor. It was sort of to be expected. He's already damaged goods, so why not? And they also bring in a newly revealed sergeant, a sergeant by the name of D. Gianpetro, who's already retired, gone from the police force, and who interestingly retired just 2 days after the Commonwealth's October 2024 disclosure revealing previously withheld Sallyport video.
I'm just going to ask, is he available, Mr. Brennan?
Not today, but he could be available.
I'm just curious, so he's still around?
He is,
Okay.
yes, and he's cooperative.
All right. All right, Mr. Jackson, go ahead.
Our motion illustrates that, and by the way, I'll walk through the videos that we did get and when we received them. Our motion illustrates that dismissal in this case is required because of the cumulative impact of clear-cut discovery violations, clear-cut, inexcusable Brady violations. And from a legal standpoint, the conduct in this case is so egregious, it's so pervasive, and it's so deliberate that prejudice must be presumed. We don't have to prove prejudice, it should be presumed. To begin, I want to start the issue by talking about the condition of Ms. Reed's passenger taillight. The condition of that SUV passenger taillight at the time it was brought into the Sallyport at Canton PD is of critical importance. And that may be one of the most important facts in this entire case. It's important because we know as a fact now that not a single piece of taillight was ever recovered at 34 Fairview until after that vehicle was in the possession of Michael Proctor and the Massachusetts State Police. That is the foundation on which this entire argument is built. And it is an undisputed fact, although it wasn't undisputed for years. Other material facts that are not in dispute. The Sallyport video has been in the possession and custody and control of the Commonwealth since January 29th, 2022. That is a fact. It's also a fact that none of it, not one bit of it, was ever disclosed to the defense until April 4th, 2024. On April 4th, and I want to walk through what videos we did get and when. On April 4th, we got two videos. One was the Sallyport interior front wall. That was the video that was missing 42 minutes, which was the 42 minutes where it would have shown the car being pulled into the Sallyport. And we also received a Canton Police Department driveway video with the SUV on the flatbed, which did not show the rear end of the car. On April 23rd, 2024, and by the way, April 4th, the court will recall, was just in the shadow of the beginning of the trial. On April 23rd, in the middle of the trial, we received another Sallyport interior back wall video. That was the video that is now sort of famously inverted. On October 10th, 2024, 2 days before Sergeant D. Giampetro retired, we received four videos. The Canton PD interior hallway, the Canton PD rear lot main side, the Canton PD rear lot cruiser side, and the Canton PD church side exterior Sallyport. And I highlight the word exterior because it becomes extremely important in just a moment. These are four videos, all of which show Brian Higgins in some way, shape, form, or fashion at the Canton Police Department on January 29th, 2022. Then on January 28th, 2025, the Canton Police Department main driveway side exterior Sallyport was given to us. That's a grainy and very wobbly video that nobody can sort of make heads or tails out of. You can see the general outline of the vehicle, but the condition or the quality is so bad that you can't tell what the condition of the taillight is, which is what we're interested in. And I bring this to the court's attention, or I highlight this, because this is the second exterior Sallyport video that we ever received. One on October 10th, one on January 28th, 2025. Then on Friday, this past Friday, something pretty remarkable happened. We just received a report from Sergeant Butnick dated February 28th, which is 5 days ago now. And he makes an important admission in that report for the very first time during all of this. He indicates that in May of 2024, during trial, he was, quote, provided with a thumb drive and the CD labeled with a Post-it note on my desk to review prior to testimony. He goes on to say, quote, at this time, I reviewed the video and I reviewed video made available to me, which included video footage of the Canton PD exterior Sallyport. Exterior Sallyport. That means that the Massachusetts State Police not only had in their possession exterior Sallyport video, but they knew about it and were reviewing it during trial. But we didn't get any of it until, as I just said, October 10th, we got one. January 28th of this year, we got the other. So that was withheld from us for the entirety of the first trial and all the way until at least October 10th, possibly as late as January 2025, and they've now admitted that. But who else knew about this withheld video in May of 2024 during trial? On cross-examination...
So can I just ask, was this of better quality than anything you had had, or was it the same wobbly?
Same.
Okay.
Same. Wobbly, grainy, can't make heads or tails out of hardly any of it. No. The question is, who else knew about this? Did anybody else know about this being withheld from us in May of 2024 during trial? On cross-examination on June 6th, Trooper Butnick admitted to reviewing video evidence with Mr. Lally in May of 2024 in prep for his testimony. Was that the video that they were reviewing together? Was it the exterior Sallyport video? We now know that Butnick watched it watched some sort of exterior Sallyport video. He admits it in the report that we just got 5 days ago. And we also know that he and Mr. Lally were reviewing video together before his testimony in May of 2024 because he admitted to that on cross-examination during trial. But I didn't have information about what he was reviewing because we didn't have the videos. So either they reviewed together the inverted video that was then played and knowingly presented false evidence to a jury and to this court, or they reviewed exterior Sallyport video and intentionally withheld it from us. This is binary. It can only happen one of two ways. Either it was the inverted video that they prepped on and then presented inverted video to the jury, which is a problem, or they reviewed external or exterior video and did not provide it to us intentionally. Either way, the withholding that evidence admitted to now by Trooper Buchnick was obviously egregious. It was obviously in error. It was obviously calculated. Another important material fact not in dispute, on April 10th, 2024, the DA certified disclosure of, quote, all evidence.
Sorry, can I just get back to that, what you were just discussing about May 2023?
Yes.
How is that exculpatory?
Because the videos themselves, as the court will see through the presentation of my oral argument, that the fact that those videos all just happened to either be grainy, wobbly, missing 42 minutes, or from the wrong angle and flipped backward, all tend to show that the Commonwealth doesn't want the condition of the taillight to be seen by anybody when it's pulled into the Sallyport. That is a reasonable inference. In other words, it's the cumulative effect of the bad videos that helps us. That's why it's exculpatory.
All right. And also, could you explain to me the prejudice?
I will get to the prejudice as I move through.
Now or no? If you can, if you're going to do it later, that's fine.
I will do it later. I think the prejudice is cumulative. Obviously, we didn't have the information that we needed to be able to cross-examine the witnesses that we needed to be able to cross-examine at the time that it was provided.
Okay.
It just very obviously. There were certain videos that were clear from some cameras on other days and other times, but these cameras that were late discovery that was provided to us just so happened to all go out. They all find their way to be defective in one way or another at the exact moment that we would need them. On April 10th, 2024, the DA filed its certification of giving us all evidence that they had in their possession, and that they had done a reasonable inquiry. Both of these, that certification was just flat not true. How could that be true? And we're still getting video evidence that is in their possession, custody, and control in October, in January. How could that possibly be true? It isn't true. And it's illuminating when you look closely at the Commonwealth's opposition to our motion. First and notably, the Commonwealth makes these broad statements couched as fact. They're bold pronouncements, and there's myriad excuses in their opposition paperwork. And it's backed up by next to nothing. Not a single exhibit at the time they filed their opposition. There's some exhibits that have been lately provided, including some exhibits just a few minutes ago that they're now adding to their exhibit list and to their opposition. But at the point of fact, at the time they filed their opposition, there was no factual support for any of its positions.
So are you pointing me to something specific, or are you just saying in general and you'll wrap it up?
In general, the only thing that they had attendant to their opposition was this joint affidavit that doesn't address any of the defense allegations at all. Contrast that with the defense motion, which was supported by nearly 20 fact exhibits. There may be a reason why they didn't support their positions with exhibits at the time. It's because the facts don't support the Commonwealth's position. These are indefensible and indisputable facts that I'm explaining to the court about the turning over of these Sallyport videos. Specifically turning to the Canton PD surveillance video. The opposition says, or reads, the Commonwealth provided the defense with a...
I just always like to read along. Where does it say it?
I don't have the page number.
Okay.
It's the point at which the Commonwealth indicates that they provided 90 photographs.
Okay.
Crime scene photographs in support of the vehicle in the Sallyport. That is a distraction. What they don't mention in their moving papers is that the date of those photos were all February 1st, 2022. There are no photographs from January 29th, 2022, when the vehicle was brought into the Sallyport. The only thing we would have would be the videos, the surveillance videos, all of which are somehow, some way defective and which were held in their possession in some instances for nearly 3 years before it was turned over to us. So it's the condition of the car at the time that it was brought into the Sallyport on January 29th at around 5:30 p.m. that matters. That's the only time that it matters. The other evidence referenced by the Commonwealth about a 5 a.m. ring video and Canton Police Cruiser at 8 a.m. and the independent observations of Dighton Police Officer Sergeant Barrows, they all corroborate the defendant's contention that the taillight was cracked and not shattered at the time it was brought in to the Sallyport. And we're still talking about the condition of the taillight, obviously, when it was brought into the Sallyport. The Commonwealth next mentions that Lieutenant O'Hara from the CERT team arrives at 32 Fairview Road at 4:56 p.m. They then go on to mention that he was preceded by another trooper at 4:54 p.m. and that the car got to the Sallyport at 5:30, suggesting, obviously, that the search began and taillight pieces were found before the car ever arrived. That would be interesting if it were true, but it's not true. It's a distortion of the truth. It doesn't matter when the CERT team actually arrived and drove up there and sat in their warm cars and waited for other team members. The last team member to arrive didn't arrive until 5:41, 11 minutes, long after the car had already been secured in the Sallyport, long after Trooper Michael Proctor had access to that passenger taillight. The first taillight piece was not seen or found or recovered until 5:45 p.m. after the vehicle's arrival at Canton PD. That was seen. We can see who's got access to the vehicle and who makes access to the vehicle in that inverted video. Once we turn it back around, it's very obvious. That's Michael Proctor milling about at the passenger taillight. These are important details to get right. The timing matters. The opposition claims that the defense theory is quote unquote evolving. They write that the defense quote struggles to establish how the condition of the defendant's broken taillight in Canton, in the Canton PD Sallyport is in fact exculpatory. How is that exculpatory? The condition of the taillight, that it was cracked and not shattered as it moved into the Sallyport. How do we struggle to describe that as exculpatory? Of course it's exculpatory. Of course having those videos withheld from us is prejudicial. There is no struggle. It's on the video, it's on the ring video that establishes that the right rear Lexus hit the back of the Chevy Traverse, cracking its taillight. The Commonwealth, pretty desperate to ignore that inconvenient fact or that inconvenient piece of video evidence, literally previously said in open court that the Lexus only got close to the Traverse, only to be completely impeached when everybody in the courtroom at trial saw that 5,000-pound Traverse jostle, its rear wheel jostle, under the impact of the SUV right at the right rear or the passenger side taillight. Now the Commonwealth, with no factual support, no factual underpinnings whatsoever, says, okay, hang on a second. It did hit it, but it didn't crack the taillight. So whose theory is evolving? Ours or the Commonwealth's? The defense has never wavered. We knew that Michael Proctor, from the very beginning of this case, had been lying about the time he first took possession of that SUV. He claimed that it was at 5:30. The court will recall this. We had litigation concerning this. He wrote it in at least 9 reports that we were able to count. 9 reports or affidavits. Those affidavits sworn under oath, and the Commonwealth repeated that time for nearly 2 years, even going so far as to argue to this court that the defense got it wrong, that we were wrong because we failed to calculate for daylight savings time. So the Commonwealth battled us, and this is something I think the court has to really weigh and balance the following conduct. The Commonwealth battled us for nearly 2 years on the singular issue of the time that the SUV got to the Sally Port. They finally took their medicine at some point and had to admit to the false time and chalked it up to a Scrivener's error in 9 separate documents, memorialized 9 separate times, some of them under oath. And all the while they were battling us on the time that it got there, no, the defense is all wet, they're wrong. They just didn't account for daylight savings time. Oh, no, this was just a little mistake. It's not a big deal. It was a Scrivener's error. And the entire time they're making both of these claims, they had video in their possession that established unequivocally that that car was in Michael Proctor's possession at 5:30 and pulled into the Sally Port at 5:30. They knew the time. They knew that he had retrieved it at 4:12 in the afternoon and not gotten it to the Sally Port until 5:30. So the Commonwealth was well aware in 2022, the Commonwealth and their agents were well aware in 2022 that the SUV got to the Sally Port, and that was the centerpiece of the defense case. They knew that the videos would directly impeach the lead investigator on this case, and they say that we struggle to explain the exculpatory nature of this evidence. It's not our struggle to explain it. It's their struggle to acknowledge it. Of course, that's exculpatory. It directly and unequivocally impeaches their lead investigator on one of the most important issues in the entire case. And that's only one aspect of the withheld videos that also is exculpatory. The other is the point at which it would show the condition of the taillight. In other words, when it's being pulled in to the Sally Port, would it show the condition of the taillight before Trooper Proctor had access to it in the Sally Port? That's what we've been seeking. The Commonwealth is well known from the beginning of this case that the defense has demanded all physical evidence be preserved. This is not a game of Wordle. This is not something that's supposed to be parsed. All physical evidence be preserved. That's pretty straightforward. The Commonwealth shouldn't be in the business of withholding exculpatory evidence by playing some sort of a gotcha game with definitions of words. They knew what we meant. We don't actually know what the Commonwealth has, so we have to be as broad as we possibly can when asking for evidence to be preserved. So all physical evidence clearly includes the entirety of all the Sally Port videos. The Commonwealth parses words by saying, well, we never asked for the Commonwealth to preserve the CPD footage from the Sally Port because the Canton PD is not the crime scene. You asked for crime scene footage, and Canton PD is not the crime scene. Well, first, I think that's a disingenuous argument that plays right into that sort of gotcha that we've discussed. I think the Commonwealth is better than that. That's not what we should be doing in a trial for murder. And second, let's not forget that District Attorney Morrissey actually defended publicly Michael Proctor by explaining that when Michael Proctor said he responded to the crime scene, and of course we knew he didn't respond to 34 Fairview, DA Morrissey said, oh, he was talking about Canton PD, which is the crime scene. So they can't have it both ways. They write on page 4 of their opposition, quote, the trial prosecutor was not aware of the existence of surveillance video in the Canton Police Department's Sally Port until receiving the federal grand jury transcript of Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, end quote. So they've taken the position, look, we personally did not know anything about that Sally Port video existing until we received the federal grand jury paperwork showing that Michael Proctor testified to it. First, the Commonwealth has to know that that is not the state of the law in Massachusetts. Massachusetts State Police and Canton Police Department are both arms of the prosecution actively involved in the investigation of this case. Not one, but 2 separate agencies not only knew of the existence of the footage, but the lead investigator actually admitted to a federal grand jury that he pulled the footage at the start of the case. He pulled it all. And then he said he reviewed it all because that's what the case agent does. The Commonwealth cannot absolve themselves of the egregious and very obviously intentional discovery violations by Michael Proctor, by the Massachusetts State Police, by the Canton Police Department, by saying, I personally didn't know about it. The cases are legion on that issue. Commonwealth versus Sleeper, 2002 case found at 435 Mass 581. And this is Hornbook law. Quote, a prosecutor's duty to disclose exculpatory information or exculpatory evidence extends to evidence in the possession of the police who participated in that investigation. And then Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure 14A1A, the prosecutor shall disclose information covered by mandatory discovery, provided it is in the possession, custody, or control of the prosecutor. Persons under the prosecutor's direction or control, or persons who have participated in investigating or evaluating the case and either regularly report to the prosecutor's office or have done so in this case. Michael Proctor worked out of the Norfolk DA's office, physical plant. There is no question that Michael Proctor and both agencies intentionally withheld that evidence. Let's talk about Michael Proctor's testimony before that grand jury. He was asked the following question. Are you aware whether there are any cameras in the garage or Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? Answer, yes. Question, have you reviewed the footage of that garage? Answer, I saw one grainy video and then another of Sergeant Buchnick and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle. Question, when did you watch the video from the Sallyport? Answer, I haven't reviewed it, sir, in quite some time.
So do you have those page numbers for me?
I can get them for you, Your Honor. I
Okay.
didn't cite them in my notes.
Yeah, if Ms. Little can get them for you before you finish,
Of
that
course.
would be helpful for my review.
I haven't reviewed it, sir, in quite some time, so I can't recall what's on there. Question, why did you review video of the Sallyport? Answer, we review every video we pull. It's on the case officer to watch it. By his own admission, Your Honor, Michael Proctor recognized himself in a video along with Sergeant Buchnick. That was likely the video that ended up being inverted by where Michael Proctor was by the passenger side taillight. And that was before any taillight material was ever recovered at 34 Fairview. That is highly inculpatory of Michael Proctor. It is highly exculpatory of Karen Reed. Another point of fact, by his statement, Michael Proctor admitted that, quote, we pulled, end quote, the video. That video is on a 30-day overwrite. The Michael Proctor testimony in front of the federal grand jury is at page 79, lines 1 through 13.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Little.
Exhibit C is in Charlie.
Okay.
It was on a 30-day over, but you have to have pulled the video within the first 30 days to even be able to review it. We've been getting these videos in dribs and drabs for not months, but for years. Actually, it's been months. Hasn't been years. He further admitted that it shows the SUV arriving in the Sallyport at 5:30, which means he wrote those reports and signed those affidavits, the 9 that I was talking about earlier, with full knowledge that there existed a video that he had and had reviewed that proved he was lying. It doesn't get any more exculpatory than that. And that was the video, that was the very video that was withheld from us, from the defense, for 2.5 years until the middle of trial. The Commonwealth says the, quote, trial prosecutor, end quote, was not aware. It's becoming a relatively common refrain in the opposition. That's neither a defense nor justification for blatant and egregious discovery violations by the Commonwealth and its agents. The fact that the trial prosecutor, whoever that is, It's an interesting use of a name, of a pronoun. I don't know who the trial prosecutor is, but apparently the trial prosecutor, according to the Commonwealth, didn't know anything about this. But that's not a defense. Who is the trial prosecutor? Is it Adam Lally? Is it Laura McLaughlin? Is it both of them? And why are they only referring to one trial prosecutor when there were clearly two in the courtroom? They make the statement with no factual support for that anywhere. Again, the only affidavit that was supplied was a type of affidavit I've never seen before, where it's signed under oath by 3 different people. So which sentence goes with which person under oath? The single declaration is odd, to say the least, but it certainly doesn't define who's responsible for what statement in that declaration. We certainly know that it was not Hank Brennan. He was not involved in the first trial, so it can't be him. The Commonwealth writes, quote, "The prosecutor had not been alerted to its existence by investigating officers," end quote, but claimed that on April 4th, they promptly presented the defendant with 9 surveillance videos in its possession. The Commonwealth received the federal material.
Were those all from the Canton Police Station?
I'm sorry.
Were those all from the Canton Police Station, those 9 videos?
My understanding is those were from the Canton surveillance. They're talking about the Canton. I didn't go back and audit which 9 they're talking about because I thought we only received 8, but I believe they're all from the Canton.
Ms. Little, were they all from the Canton Police Department?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
The prosecutor had not been alerted to its existence by investigating officers, but on April 4th, they promptly presented it to the defense. The Commonwealth actually received the materials that highlighted the fact that these existed in February of 2024, probably around February 21st, 2024, because that's when both sides got all the federal materials. That is not prompt. We presume that Mr. Lally has daily communications or had daily communications with Michael Proctor as the investigator, the lead investigator on the biggest case that the Commonwealth, this office of the Commonwealth has seen in a long time. And it took 2 months to produce an incomplete production of these videos. We didn't even get all of it at the time. The Commonwealth writes, quote, "The quality of the video is poor in certain portions. However, this is the condition it was recorded in." Says who? That's a fact question, one that needs to be answered. And it's an important question. Who says that the Commonwealth received these, or I'm sorry, who says that this is the condition that those videos were recorded in? We've got no facts to support that whatsoever. And then the Commonwealth goes on and says, and that was the condition in which it was received by the prosecutor. That's also a fact question that needs to be answered. And these questions could be answered with a proper evidentiary hearing. The Commonwealth's representations about Louis Jutras, the technology director for Canton, being subject to cross-examination about the Canton PD video surveillance system is also just not true. They indicate, well, we had access to Louis Jutras and could have cross-examined him on all of these issues. Louis Jutras was called for a very specific reason, the town library video. We had no way of knowing at that time that he had any connection whatsoever with the Canton Police video system. We were not told that until well after trial. That was never disclosed to us. And I think Mr. Brennan used this phrase not long ago, that would have been nice to know of Mr. Louis Jutras. The first time Louis Jutras was ever disclosed to as the person who installed the cameras at Canton PD was in a report dated October 10th, 2024. According to Colleen Crawford, and the court's heard her name as well, one of the Commonwealth's experts, Jutras indicated that he replaced and disposed of the camera capturing the inverted video at some unidentified point between January 29, 2022, when the inverted video was actually taken, and July of 2024, because it was quote unquote defective. Interestingly, that's the only video that's clear. It's inverted, but at least it was clear. And that's the camera that, according to the Commonwealth, was replaced as defective. A week after filing its certificate of compliance, after the defense brought to the court's attention that 42 minutes was missing from the Sallyport video that we did receive, lo and behold, the Commonwealth produces a new video that also purports to show the passenger side taillight, except, as the court now knows, that's the one that was inverted. In the moving papers, in its opposition papers, the prosecution says, well, the prosecution had not previously received this video or knew of its existence. This is now the third or fourth time the Commonwealth sort of runs to this argument. I didn't know. We did not know about its existence. No matter how many times they write it, however, it does not change the Commonwealth's responsibilities. It doesn't change the prejudice that the defense suffered. We should have had these videos at the very beginning.
So, Mr. Jackson, I'm just going to ask you how much longer, this is the luncheon recess, but how much longer are you going to be?
Probably 45 minutes, I would say.
All right, so we'll break.
What? All rise, please.
Yep, it does. It absolutely does. I'm sitting on this heating pad. I'm burning up. I need to go turn on the new air conditioner. It has remote control, but I don't think it'll work from this far. I don't have it here anyways. I have to get up to go get it. And like I said, I know he has to do this, but it's just a waste of time. I need ideas for member badges, guys. I mean, the stars are okay, but they're boring. I was thinking balls of yarn because I'm always crocheting, but that has nothing to do with law. Just because said maybe little TVs because I started off being like a Criminal Minds true crime thing. But I don't know about that either. And I don't know how to make them. I mean, I guess I could research and figure out how to make them. The thing about this that ticks me off is that it would be such a different trial if it was a different judge. Because seriously, and I really, really would love to know why. Morrissey didn't take Lally off the case completely. He made him second chair. Like, why? What was the reasoning? Did he think Lally did a bad job? Or what's it? Brennan, like Whitey Bulger's lawyer or something, right? He's like a mob lawyer. Did he think that was gonna be the right Oh, come on, StreamYard. A bowl of soup. Dang it, StreamYard. See, now, the stream is still going. There's just nothing happening. Oh, wait a minute. How are Oh, we're not behind. We're not behind. Okay. See, it doesn't crash when they're not doing anything. Even though the stream is going, it doesn't crash. But as soon as the activity starts on the stream, I have to turn my camera off or it will crash. Yeah. He's a mob lawyer. Yeah, but it's not that kind of a profile. I mean, that would be like a play on words. And I was also thinking, I don't know if I want to do higher levels or not. Because American courts told me that I should do just leave my member have the different levels, and then you go to gift, you can only gift at the highest level. So like if I make my highest level like $6.99, then people aren't going to want to gift memberships because it's too expensive. Did ever want to have higher levels? I do like profilers and then maybe special agent in charge, section chief, like FBI thingies. I can do like an FBI badge thing in different colors. Did you guys ever see that where they're out at the bar? I think it's Penelope and JJ. Oh, who else was with him then? Emily. I can't remember who the other girl was. They're out at a bar, and I think Emily was the one that picked up the guy at the bar, and she brings him over to the table, and she goes, "Girls, look, this guy's a real FBI agent." And they're like, "Oh, wow, that's so exciting. What's it like at Quantico?" And he's like, "I can't tell you that. I'm not allowed to talk about." That was rude. I was in the middle of a funny story StreamYard. That was rude. Anyway, so they all start showing him their badges. And they're like, "Does it look like this? Does it look like this?" And he just put his head down, turned around, and walked off. um, I said it wouldn't crash when they weren't playing anything. I was wrong, apparently, because it just crashed. No, not necessarily. That could have been like a cool play on words thing. Profilers. No, we're gonna do emojis with the fur babies. In fact, I tried to upload one that Carla made of Shadow, but was the wrong size or something, so it didn't work. So we're gonna do emojis with Spike, Bell, and Shadow, and then there's one beam me up, Scotty, or something. There's no intelligent life down here, or something like that. I don't know. So the reason why I picked the name Profilers, although Kathy was like, no, when talking to Bill, American Courts and Court Vibes, because Court Vibes, they're Vipers, or I guess we're Vipers because I'm there too. Um, she told American Courts, Bill, she's like, no, they picked the name. You don't have to pick the name. They picked the name. And I'm like, I didn't. I picked our name. But the reason why I did that was because that's what Criminal Mind fans are called. They call us profilers. And since my channel started off as like a Criminal Minds channel, that's what I decided you guys as profilers. Come on, StreamYard. Why is this break so long? And now I just have a white screen. I don't know if it's going to crash. I don't know if it has crashed. I don't even know if y'all can hear me right now. So I have a question. If I can manage it, I don't know that I can, because I have tried this before. If I could manage to go to one of the theme parks and take some decent video of something, a show, a ride, something, would you guys want to see it? Or would that be boring? I've tried a few times to film at the parks. It's not as easy as other YouTubers make it look. It's really not. Not at all. Because there's always people in your way. And then to do shows, you have to stand in just the right spot to catch them. And if you don't have a good crowd and they're like rude or booing at the thing or whatever, So I might try to do that sometime. But American Courts told me that if they find out you're doing it to put it on your YouTube channel, that you might have to get a press pass. However, people with press passes get comped things from Disney. So that could be worth it. I think a press pass is only like $250. At Disney, that would be really worth it if you could get comped like for one of their special events. That would really be worth it. I don't know how long a press pass lasts, but even if it only lasts a year, if you got comped for like 2 or 3 special events, that would be way worth it. Because dang, their special events cost almost as much as a one-day ticket. It's ridiculous. Oh, that's right. I totally forgot about that. Mm. Well, that shoots that idea down. Didn't even think about that. Because even just walking through the park, there's music everywhere and it's all copyrighted. I could make it members only though. Then I wouldn't get comp stuff, but it don't matter. It'd still be a fun members only. I tried at Universal. They have the frog choir, from Harry Potter. And I tried to film that one time, and there was this one kid in it. God, that kid could sing. And they don't sing lyrics. They have these pillows. It's like a puppet with a frog on it. So their hands up inside this frog puppet, but they're singing, but it's not lyrics, it's just music, like a cappella music. So just tones. And it's gorgeous the way their voices harmonize together and stuff. And there was this one kid, his voice was to die for. And I tried to film it, and I don't know what happened. I don't know if I pushed record and then stopped it accidentally, or my phone died, or what, but I didn't get hardly any of it. I was so heartbroken. I was like, and I told as the kid was walking off stage, I was like, you have a beautiful voice. And then I was so disappointed because I didn't get very much of it. They've got the Tales of the Beetle Bard on from Harry Potter. The book that Dumbledore left Hermione that has the story of the Deathly Hallows. They have that play there. I filmed part of, well, not filmed. What do you call it? Video? It's not video. It's when you tape something with your cell phone. What do you call it now? I still use the word film because I'm old. Record? I guess it's record. I recorded part of that once. And I don't think I kept the recording. I think I just took still shots from it for scrapbooking. And then they have from Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. They have The girls and the guys. What? Durmstrang is a guy's school. I forgot the girls' school. They come out with like these wands with ribbons. They're like ribbon dancing things. And then the guys come out and they do all kinds of things with batons and jumping and gymnastics and stuff. I did the same thing with that. I think I recorded it and then just took still shots from it. And every time I go, I want to watch them again. And my family, and I'm like, no, I have to watch the Harry Potter shows. Other stuff. Usually I'm like, well, Travis doesn't like the Velocicoaster, but if we go with the girls, I'm like, you go ride that stupid roller coaster and I will go watch the shows in Hogsmeade and go. I'm not riding a 70-mile-an-hour roller coaster. I'm sorry. I'm too old for that. Also, it goes upside down and there's no shoulder restraints. I don't want to feel like I'm going to fall. And it goes over the water. It goes upside down. I think they say it's a whole 30 seconds. It's upside down over the water at 70 miles an hour. I don't want to feel like I'm going to fall in the water out of a roller coaster. Not doing it. Why is this taking so long? And I haven't been to Disney in so long. They've got new rides I haven't been on. It used to be every time I saw a Disney commercial, because I used to go 2, 3, sometimes 4, 5 times a year. And then got married, and so I haven't been. I don't even remember the last time I went. It's been a long time. So there's a bunch of new rides I haven't been on. I haven't even been there since they've had the Star Wars and the Avatar stuff. Or are they taking a lunch break now? They just started. This, I'll just go back and cut it out later if I can find it. Actually, my individual. That thing is 14 minutes long. My individual videos are not monetized yet. I just have membership. Well, are you gonna load? No, you're not gonna load. I won't play the whole 14 minutes anyway. If it will load, This is the night. Come on, come on, gotta move it, gotta groove it. They actually have words in some of the songs now. Yeah, that's probably gonna get me in trouble. I didn't hear her say lunch. Oh well. That's fine. Where are you hearing all this stuff, Judy? They need to. They need to. The only thing is, like I said, isn't that a slippery slope if we can go ask jurors questions after the fact? I mean, I know this case is unique, but what if it becomes like a thing where they can do that? I mean, but in this case, though, the jurors came forward first, though. They weren't asked by Yannetti or Jackson, right? They went to them first and said, wait, wait, wait. So that makes a distinctive difference in just going to a jury and asking, wait, are you sure you voted that way? But the whole thing was confusing, the way the jury form was set up. Oh, can you go to a federal hearing? Are they open to the public? Oh, and another thing I want to do at Universal. I don't know if this one has. I don't know if this one has music or not.
All the humans about the blue line, and let us begin. Rank and file. What did I just say about the blue line? What do you know about Optimus Prime? Human dressed as a construction cone. You'll never tell. It's like you'll never cut this wretched hair. Look at your little man ponytail. It's a tiny tail like your tiny shirt for your tiny muscles, human. It's slashed by this claw. Who are you? His sister. What's your name? Don't care.
Danny, turn.
Don't look at me, you haven't earned the right. Look forward. Find one I'll spark. Well, you look like you have good evil potential. You'd like to join? I would love to have someone as powerful as you with the Decepticons. Tell me something, though. Tell me I am magnificent. Tell me I am all powerful. Here's the best part. Tell me I will crush Optimus Prime. How dare you? I thought we were friends. Turn around, traitor. From the world and they treat you like trash.
Yep. I want to be insulted by Optimus Prime. Or not Optimus Prime, Megatron. I thought it was like closed to the public. Everything. I haven't seen what are they? The raptors, the velociraptors at Jurassic Park. I haven't seen them either. Because my husband thinks it's silly for an adult to stand in line to see an animatronic. I stood in line to get my picture taken with Shaggy and Scooby Doo one time. He wasn't there. Stood in line with the girls. They actually, Casey and I was in the bathroom. Kristen actually got in line and saved the line, saved us a space in line. I got out of the bathroom. I looked, she's in line. I'm like, what are you doing? Saving our space and saving you guys a space in line so we can get our picture taken with Shaggy and Scooby Doo. I was like, oh, okay. And when Epic Universe opens up this summer, they're gonna have a whole How to Train Your Dragon world, and there's gonna be an animatronic Toothless the dragon like that you can meet. They have Bumblebee too from Transformers, but he doesn't talk. He just has the music changes like in the movies. But now at Disney, I want to go to Disney and ride Avatar, where the Banshees flight of the whatever it's called, and I want to ride. I don't know if we have the Tron roller coaster in Florida or not. We're getting a Cars Land in Florida, and oh, I could always delete the sound and then just record my own commentary over it. That could take care of that. I wonder how other YouTubers get away with that. Because I know a lot of people record stuff at the parks. I'm going to have to watch other YouTubers and see how they do it. There was this one YouTuber I watched all the time, Tim Tracker. And he lives, I guess he lives in Orlando. He lives very, very close to the parks. And he, all the time, Disney, Universal, all the time. I used to watch him all the time. And they didn't have any kids. And they didn't think they could have kids. And then all of a sudden she got pregnant. And this was right before COVID. And I quit watching because it was COVID, number one. So you couldn't go to the parks. And she had the baby. So I figured it was all baby stuff during COVID. And then when COVID was over, and then, oh, I forgot YouTube doesn't like that word. Anyway. So when that was over, and then they went back to the park, she was able to do show how to do the baby swap thing for rides. Because what you do is and you can also do it if you have a chicken friend, because I used to do this on Space Mountain back when I was younger and was afraid to ride it. You can stay in line with your party and have one person stay with the kid. You all get in line together. You have one person stay with the kid. You ride the ride. And then when you get off, you take the kid and then the other person rides the ride. So you don't have to stand in line twice. You just all stand in line once. So they showed how to do the baby swap thing. And then, not long after that, I guess the kid was maybe a year old or something, she got pregnant again. So I just kind of stopped watching because, I mean, I'm happy for them, but it's now it's going to be all kiddie stuff at water parks and Disney World and Universal. And I'm like, I don't need to watch the kiddie stuff. But it's a really good channel. I mean, if you like that kind of stuff. but they used to get comped. I mean, probably still do comp stuff all the time. Like one of his videos, they went to the Polynesian resort at Disney has like a luau, and they got to go there for free, and they have to disclose that they were invited to go for free, but that like their review has nothing to do with the fact that they were invited for free. I don't know, legal things they have to say, but it was pretty cool. I want to go now. I've never been to that one. I have been, there's one Disney dinner show I've been to called the Hoopty Doo Review. It's in Fort Wilderness, which is also a campground and like an RV park. And I think you can rent camp cabins there too. They have canoes you can rent. And there are places to ride canoes. I think there's a place to fish. They have horses you can ride. It's a really cool little place. They have golf carts. You can drive all over the place in golf carts. I love Florida. I know y'all think we're a bunch of crazies down here, but it's a fun place to live. I love. Something is making a clicking noise, and I don't know what it is. It's driving me crazy. What was that? Oh, it's coming from Long Crime's feed. What is that popping noise? That's weird. No, I'm here. I'm just trying to figure out how to make membership badges.
Was back in session, you may be seated.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go ahead and continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wait.
When we left
What's
off before lunch, we were discussing not having it, and one of their members, whoever that eight.
Why is there sound and no picture? Non-crime's getting on my last nerve today. So we're not going to watch it on non-crime.
Not one hint to the court or the jury members. When the defense stood up and began questioning Sergeant Buchanan about that video, that was the first time that he admitted that it was inverted. He used the phrase mirror image, and that he knew that it was inverted. Amazingly, that was the same time that Sergeant Buchanan started having trouble with his memory about who was actually depicted in that video. The court will recall before I stood up on cross-examination, under direct examination by Mr. Lally, Sergeant Buchanan was very quick to point out that the individuals on that inverted video were
Yay.
himself and Michael Proctor. And they made the point that Michael Proctor never approached or had any access to or didn't manipulate in some way, shape, form, or fashion. This was the intimation by the Commonwealth that, in fact, Michael Proctor. Well, link to state that Proctor position, Proctor is standing away from the defendant's vehicle and never touched the right rear tail light. That's a statement made in their moving papers, specifically on a fact that is of great material importance to this case. The three of them signed, the three prosecutors signed an oath and a declaration, and the court just called the defense out on signing a declaration or an oath. And the court's intimation, at least in its initial comments to me, was, I think I have done my best to disabuse the court of that we were drawing from reasonable inferences. I wonder if the Commonwealth is going to get the same treatment for saying that Trooper Proctor was standing feet away from the defendant's vehicle and never touched the right rear taillight. That's a very bold statement for the Commonwealth to make, and it's also completely untrue. It's not supported by a single fact. It's not supported by a fact or evidence before the court. The problem with this unsupported motion, because it's unsupported and the declaration is signed by three different individuals, you can just sort of say whatever you want in the motion. And I guess get away with it. The video speaks for itself, Your Honor. It shows Michael Proctor walk behind the car directly to the position of the passenger taillight. He positions himself right on the other side of the camera view, not feet away.
But he does touch it?
Well, of course it doesn't show he touches it, Your Honor. He's on the other side of the car. That's not the point. The point is, a reasonable inference is he could have touched it. He was standing right there. Nobody forced him. Nobody was holding a gun to his head. He walked around the other side of the car and obviously was standing there for a reason. By himself, in a corner, out of the view of a camera, and then when the Commonwealth plays the video, it's switched, and the intimation to the triers of fact was he never approached the right rear taillight, that passenger taillight. And all of that
And
was
you
untrue.
cleared that up.
Right. But that is the galling part of this entire thing. The court has asked me a couple of times, and I'm going to get to it a little bit more in detail, what the prejudice is. If that's not prejudice, I don't know what is. It's literally propounding false information to a trier of fact. That is not a small thing. Even after the trial was over, it was concluded, and the mistrial was declared, we're still getting videos that we can't get a straight answer about their source. Where did these videos come from in October? That surveillance feed is on a 30-day deletion loop. That's what we've been told. I said a few minutes ago this morning, I said the Commonwealth may not have known that it was on a 30-day loop. What I meant was actually the prosecutors sitting in this courtroom. The three, my brothers and sister, may not have known about that 30-day override. I don't know. I don't know what they knew or didn't know. Certainly not going to cast aspersions and put that on them. But someone from the Commonwealth darn sure knew that was on a 30-day loop or a 30-day override. So who's had those for all this time? How were they stored? Why wasn't that information revealed to our expert when we went all the way to Canton to try to download that DVR? Where's the original? Where are the copies? These are questions for which we need some facts. And the fact that those have been withheld from us is exactly the kind of bad act and bad faith that demands that the court presume prejudice in the case. A few minutes ago, the court asked me before lunch, what is the prejudice? There's plenty of actual prejudice, but I'll get to that in just a second when I speak a little bit about the law at the end of my comments. We don't need to prove actual prejudice because the law presumes prejudice against Ms. Reed because of the bad conduct on behalf of the Commonwealth. And yet again, when it comes to this same issue, the Commonwealth recites this now worn out sentence: the prosecutor was unaware of the existence of these videos, end quote. How many times are they going to try to excuse away a blatant discovery and or Brady violation with the sentence that the prosecutor was unaware? It just doesn't matter. And that brings us to the October 10 videos that we got in 2024. The Commonwealth claims that they received these videos on or about August 21st, 2024. They sort of vaguely claim that these videos were provided along with a letter, quote unquote, letter from Canton Police Chief, end quote. There's no report, there's no email, there's no communications, there's no text message, nothing other than this, quote, letter. And it actually wasn't a letter, it was more of an informal note written on a personal pad, a Canton PD pad by the chief. There's no chain of custody log authenticating the videos, no authentication documents whatsoever, no foundational documents, no indication of where the videos came from or how she came to possess them at the time. But she did write on that little pad, quote, "That is how it records, LOL, no tampering," end quote. LOL, laugh out loud. So the chief of police is laughing in the face of serious Brady violations, in the face of serious evidentiary violations and
what was the
discovery
date?
violations.
10/10/24 you received that? Was that the date?
10/10/24. That's correct. By the way, the Commonwealth claimed in its opposition papers that, quote, the prosecutor requested that both Massachusetts State Police and Canton Police Department produce all relevant and material surveillance video, end quote. And that was sometime unidentified between April 17th and April 24th, 2024. I laud them for that. Good. I'm glad they demanded finally, in the middle of trial, quote, all relevant and material surveillance video. So why didn't we get this from Canton PD until October 2024, well after trial? What was the delay? And why did we get another video in January of 2025? What was the delay? How could this be seen as anything other than intentional? We know now that Sergeant Buchanan, we know that Proctor, we know that Chief Rafferty, and now through another report, we know that this officer, DGM Petro, all had access to and knew about the videos. And then we have on top of that, in the middle of trial, I think it was Mr. Lally, it may have been Mr. McLaughlin, someone said, it's unclear from the opposition, that all relevant material surveillance video be turned over immediately, and it still wasn't done. That is an intentional withholding of evidence. And then we get these new reports. What's probably most troubling is what's in the reports that we got on Friday, this past Friday. Additional reports from the in a report from Sergeant DGM Petro, he reveals the following. He writes this report on the 27th, which was last Thursday, and then we got the report on the 28th. He says that in February of 2022, and I'm paraphrasing, in February of 2022, Proctor requested Sallyport video of SUV inside Sallyport. Apparently that was provided. I mean, we have to presume from his report when he says Proctor requested in February of 2022, Sallyport video of SUV exterior footage, that he downloaded it from somewhere and gave it to him. Assuming it was February of 2022, that would have been before the override, I presume, because I think the math in my head is it's 28 days in February. If it's in February at all, it's within the 30 days from January 29th. So it has to have been. Then he writes that in June of 2023, Proctor requested Sallyport video again of the SUV exterior footage. Quote, this is from his report, "I believe this may also have been the approximate time that I downloaded video recordings that covered the entire time frame that the suspect's vehicle was held at the Canton police station," end quote. He goes on to say, quote, "Due to the large size of the files at that time, I had to break it down into 6-hour blocks for ease of exporting." This is the first we're hearing of any of this last Thursday. How is that? Sure. Ms. Lewis just handed me a clean copy of the DG and Petro report. I would like to have this marked and appended to our motion to dismiss if it's okay.
Sure. Did I get that attached to your motion to change the scheduling?
You,
You
yes.
probably did.
So I've seen it.
Okay. May I-
Hold on, what, Ms. Little?
We'd still like to make it part of the record if that's
Sure.
all right, Your Honor.
Sure, I just wanted to know whether I needed a copy because I have a copy. I've seen it.
May I approach?
Yes. So are we marking it? So we need it if we're marking it.
I'm sorry. My mistake.
Exhibit 1 so marked?
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. The question is, how in June of 2023, now I'm going to go a little bit slow here just because it's linear. The argument is linear. In June of 2023, according to DG and Petro, he downloaded every single bit of video of that car while in the Sallyport or while at Canton PD in Sallyport. How is that possible? How could that be? As of February 28th or maybe March 1st, those videos are gone. So how could he have access to the whole thing? It's because someone at the Commonwealth downloaded the whole thing. They saved it. Or the only other explanation is that DVR was not at the time on a 30-day override. It's the only two explanations. Again, this is binary. So in April of 2024, as the court knows, we got additional video, and that's the inverted video. In the spring of 2024, while trial was being held, DG and Petro, quote, it says, quote, I downloaded some video recordings that you and I believed may be needed to refute claims being made by the defense. The you and I is him to Chief Rafferty. That's who this report is to. And it includes footage of Higgins. So now we find out for the first time that Chief Rafferty and this sergeant had been talking and strategizing about how to defeat some defense arguments, presumably, by use of videos that had never been turned over. And the Commonwealth uses a phrase in its moving papers, I believe in this motion, about ambush. That is the definition of an ambush. So DG and Petro admits that he, Rafferty, and the Canton Police Department had Sallyport video that was material to the case. Remember, his quote was that you and I believed may be needed to refute claims made by the defense. They were strategizing about how to defeat certain of our arguments, and they didn't turn it over. Specifically, he downloaded video and presumably gave it to Chief Rafferty. But then the interesting thing is Chief Rafferty held on to it. She never turned it over. Probably because they didn't help the prosecution. They showed Higgins engaged in conduct that is, at the very least, highly suspicious and clearly exculpatory because it impeaches his other testimony. It shows him on the phone. And he testified that he didn't make calls in the middle of the night. There's no question that with this example, that is an intentional withholding of evidence. That is the legal definition of bad faith, and it's unconscionable to do that. Now put in context what we eventually did receive during the trial and then after. We received the inverted video that was falsely presented as the right passenger side of the vehicle, or the passenger rear side of the vehicle. Number two, we received several videos of Brian Higgins at Canton Police Department, clearly using his phone at approximately 1:35 or so a.m. And we received exterior footage that would ordinarily show the condition of the passenger taillight, which all happens to be corrupted, like every other rear passenger side of that SUV. This is stunning. It's not like the Canton Police Department and the Massachusetts State Police were sort of blissfully incompetent or blissfully ignorant and unaware of the existence of these exculpatory videos. It's quite the opposite. Multiple officers, Proctor, Rafferty, Buchnick, O'Rourke, DG and Petro, these individuals, we believe, O'Rourke may not have known, but we know that the others did, and have now basically admitted it or been caught trying to hide it. They were all variously actively engaged with these videos. They were searched for, they were discussed, they downloaded them, they saved them, they copied them, they labeled them, they transported them, they reviewed them, and they strategized about them. These videos were top of mind for all of these folks. We know there were hours and hours and hours of footage that was so large it had to be broken down into 6-hour blocks. All of that was pulled. And none of this footage was disclosed to the defense before April of 2024. And most of the files that have been turned over so far have been turned over after the trial was over. We had no idea this footage existed, and to this day, it continues to be, the bulk of it continues to be withheld from the defense. And then we move to Sergeant Buchnick's actual report. As I indicated, he wrote a report last Friday as well, dated the 28th. Quote, in furtherance of the John O'Keefe Canton homicide investigation, sometime in early spring of 2022, I was made aware that a request had been made by Trooper Proctor and then fulfilled by Canton PD for surveillance video as it related to the arrival and storage of the Lexus SUV belonging to Karen Reed. This was the spring of 2022, he knew. At Trooper Proctor's request, I proceeded to Canton Police and picked up the digital media storage containing said video and transported it to the Canton, Norfolk District Attorney's Office and turned it over to Trooper Proctor. I did not review this video at this time.
What date did he do that? The same date?
He says at this time, but it's the sometime early spring of 2022. That's the best he can do in his report. Paragraph 2, in July of 2023, so this is a little more defined, I was once again made aware by Trooper Proctor that a request had been made to Canton PD for additional video and that it was ready to be picked up. Since the Canton Police Department is conveniently located on my route of travel to work, I stopped by and picked up the CD from the front desk of the police department, which was labeled Trooper Buchnick with a yellow Post-it note. I further added Canton PD 12922, and then the case number, which is, or their case number, 2022-112-33, to note to more accurately identify the item and transported it to our office, subsequently turning it over to Trooper Proctor. So there's a second CD, now in July of 2023. I did not review that video at that time. See the attached copy of the Post-it note. Final paragraph, in my preparation for trial in May of 2024, I was provided with a thumb drive and the CD labeled with a Post-it note on my desk. What's interesting is that the CD with the Post-it note on his desk may or may not have been the same CD that he transported in July of 23 because they seem to be labeled a little different.
So I haven't seen this report. Does he say from whom he received that?
I'll finish reading it, but I don't believe he does. No, it's pretty vague. It's passive voice and it's pretty vague. I was provided a thumb drive and a CD labeled with a Post-it on my desk to review prior to testimony. So it does not say. At this time, I reviewed video made available to me, which included video footage of the Canton PD exterior sally port. This video was labeled with a Post-it note on a CD, and it contained a video of the interior of the sally port, which was grainy and had a camera vantage point from the front of the sally port. I also reviewed the Canton PD driveway footage. In review, I also viewed video of the back wall Sallyport camera vantage point. I had not seen this video prior to my May date review. I later learned that this video was provided in an inverted manner. After I reviewed all the provided video, the thumb drive and the CD were returned. It doesn't say to whom they were returned. Your Honor, if I could mark this report as well.
Sure, do you have an extra copy for me?
I do. It does have one highlight on it. May I show it to Mr. Brennan?
Yes.
Okay.
The two still marked?
So you do have an extra copy, Ms. Little?
I do not have an extra copy, Your Honor.
I thought Mr. Jackson just said he had an extra.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Jackson, do you have an extra copy?
I think I might.
I've got it right here.
Do you have an extra copy? Is that one clean? This one has highlights on it. I apologize.
It's okay. Thank you. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. The court asked probably the most important question about this report, which is who was it that supplied the video or the thumb drives or the CDs to Sergeant Buchanan? Who's at the center of all these Sallyport videos? Who does he say was requesting the Sallyport videos that he was acting as the courier for in the particulars? Every one of those answers is Michael Proctor's. He would have supplied the information to Sergeant Buchanan to review. It stands to reason could have been Trooper Proctor. Seems to be reasonable, but I don't know because Trooper Buchanan doesn't say, but that would be another question that would be open to answer if we had an evidentiary hearing. Michael Proctor was receiving the footage directly from DG and Petro, dating all the way back to February, directly from Buchanan, dating to the spring of 2022. Received from both times through the years. Proctor was the one who clearly had possession, custody, and control over the exculpatory footage. It was his, every bit of it. And now let's recall what he said at trial when asked about all this footage, because he was confronted about footage. And keep in mind, Your Honor, when I'm asking these questions, I know none of this, none of it. Michael Proctor lied during his testimony, but he knew that we couldn't impeach him. There was no way I could impeach him. I didn't have any of these videos to impeach him with because we didn't have any of the evidence that had been secured concerning that Sallyport. Question, there's surveillance video from Canton Police Department Sally. That video was discovered later on and then handed over. That video was discovered later on.
Where in the transcript is that?
I can get you the page and line number, Your Honor.
My guess is Ms. Little can get it pretty quickly.
I'm guessing she
That's
can.
you in just a moment.
Sorry, guys. She's starting to tick me off. Mrs. Little can get it for you. Miss Little is not your slave woman.
the date that he actually testified to this, but from a date standpoint, the only thing that had been handed over at the time that he testified to that was a single with 42 minutes missing outside the Sally Port that doesn't show much of anything. It's now been proven, that testimony, that video was discovered later on and then handed over, suggesting there was either only one video or all of it was discovered later and turned over. Both of the clauses in that sentence are a lie. The video wasn't discovered later. It was discovered in February, at the latest, February of 2022, just days after this incident. He asked for it and he received it, according to Sergeant DGM Petra. And it turned over. None of it. But trial, we didn't have the truth. I couldn't impeach him with this. He made sure that all the footage was delivered directly us. And it's egregious. Is it possible, with all this sort of years-long flurry that we've just talked about surrounding these Sally Port videos, that the actual trial prosecutors were completely unaware of their existence until Proctor testified before the federal grand jury? Is that possible? I suppose it is. I want to give the prosecutors the benefit of the doubt. I do. Is it reasonable? That's another question. To believe that they just knew nothing about this. We know Proctor lied to us. Could he have lied to them? I suppose. But as the law mandates, Your Honor, it just doesn't matter. In the eyes of the law, Proctor is the prosecution, and the prosecution is Michael Proctor. And then we move to January 28th, 2025, this year. We're still getting additional videos at that time. This new camera angle, which is blurry and grainy and wobbly, it does, however, show the passenger side rear taillight as it's towed into or driven into the Sally Port garage. The footage is so grainy and so blurry, however, it's so corrupted that once again, the true condition of that taillight is completely obscured. At a certain point, it begins to defy logic. And the reason I wanted to talk about each one of these videos in turn is because it absolutely defies logic that all of this footage magically cuts out, blurs out, becomes grainy, becomes obscured at the precise time that the SUV is pulled in to the Sally Port. The question then becomes, what's been happening to these videos that have been in Michael Proctor's possession since that time, for the last 2.5, 3 years? And again, I've lost count how many times the Commonwealth makes the claim, quote, prosecutors had never seen this video, end quote. The entirety of the Commonwealth's defense on this issue is the indefensible, which is, it just wasn't me. Okay, fine, it may not have been you, but it was the Commonwealth, in quotation marks, capital. The Commonwealth then claims that, quote, after directing a review of all physical evidence and data files, after directing a review of all physical evidence and data files, this video was located within a paper case file of the investigators, end quote. I believe that Mr. Brennan, when he came on the case, he's the one who directed a review of all physical evidence and data files. I would have to guess. Again, I would applaud that. Should have happened years ago. What's most curious about this video, however, is that the prosecution now admits, quote, after inquiry, it was learned that an investigator obtained this video from Canton Police Department in 2022, and it was placed in a physical case file, end quote. That's a direct quote from their opposition. They don't name who the investigator is. They don't indicate whose case file it was. They don't tell us where that case file had been, who had control over that case file, just a paper case file somewhere, mysteriously. Whether it was CPD or MSP, we don't know. Which investigator, we still don't know. What can we learn from the submission by the Commonwealth? That investigators did, in fact, download the Canton PD videos in 2022 before they were overwritten. That's the only way these videos could exist. We've talked about that. And what we don't know is where the rest of them went and why we don't have them and why we didn't have them for the first trial. The Commonwealth basically concedes that it is in direct violation of its discovery obligations not to have turned over these videos that were in their possession. But it makes the claim that it doesn't matter because, quote, the poor quality of the video makes it difficult for either party to benefit from the video, end quote. In its opposition, it sounds like more of a desperate argument than anything else that these cumulative, that these egregious errors don't justify the court taking any action because they claim, quote, there's no evidence of bad faith. I would take issue with that. But the quote goes on, there's no evidence of bad faith on behalf of the Commonwealth, nor any of its agents, particularly where the Commonwealth is equally aggrieved by the poor video quality and inability to obtain a forensically extracted copy of the surveillance video. Equally aggrieved. First, in that sentence, the Commonwealth admits that the defense is aggrieved. They say they're equally aggrieved, however. Aggrieved means wronged or unfairly treated or suffered harm or injustice. Merriam-Webster defines aggrieved as suffering from an infringement or a denial of legal rights. You bet we're aggrieved. But the Commonwealth can't claim that they're aggrieved when they're the ones doing the aggrieving. It doesn't work that way. The Commonwealth concedes that there's irreparable harm. They acknowledge that the forensic videos were destroyed, or at least they claim now that they're destroyed. We can never obtain the information necessary to establish the validity of any of these videos or whether and by whom they may have been manipulated, if at all. The Commonwealth can't shift the blame because the videos have literally been in their possession the entire time. It was their actions and the actions of their agents that caused this irremediable harm. Your Honor, this is, as I said, this is the definition of bad faith. And this goes back to the court's original question this morning, which is, can you describe the prejudice that Ms. Reed has suffered? And I think we've done a pretty good job of describing that throughout this argument. But the definition of bad faith means we don't have to prove actual prejudice. Prejudice is presumed under the law. If we're to believe the declarations that were submitted by ADA Lally and ADA McLaughlin and ADA Brennan, then at the very least, there is no other conclusion but that Michael Proctor and other investigators intentionally secured these videos. They withheld the evidence from us, and they withheld the evidence from the prosecution team. Let's take them at their word. Even after being explicitly instructed to turn over that evidence, that is bad faith. And how many times do they have to say, we didn't know about this? It just doesn't matter. Like I said, let's take them at their word. It doesn't absolve the Commonwealth of its obligations, and it doesn't reduce the prejudice that the defense has suffered. This was a pattern engaged in by the Massachusetts State Police, by the Canton Police Department, over and over and over again. And now we know through this new revelation that it was intentional. The prejudice the defense has suffered is legally presumed, and it's also factually proven. And thus the only remedy is dismissal. When is dismissal warranted? And this is, I'd like to talk for just a couple of seconds about the legal standards. Where there's misconduct that's so egregious, deliberate, and intentional, prejudice is to be presumed. That means that the defense is not required to show Ms. Reed suffered any actual prejudice because dismissal is necessary to prevent the repetition of this type of misconduct. And that comes to us directly from Bridgman versus District Attorney for Suffolk District at 476 Mass 298. It's a 2017 case. Even if the court does not, and this is secondary to that, even if the court does not presume the prejudice and finds that these myriad violations were somehow inadvertent or a mistake, the result of some accident or negligence, this case still has to be dismissed under the second scenario and the second prong because Ms. Reed has suffered actual prejudice by the Commonwealth's violations. We could not cross-examine these witnesses the way they should have been cross-examined at the first trial. The repeated and flagrant discovery violations were not an accident. I think we've established that at this point. They weren't a mistake. There were too many people looking at them, strategizing about them to then say, I didn't realize their import. They were designed specifically, the fact that we weren't provided the evidence was designed specifically to obtain a strategic advantage over the defense and to get a conviction at all costs rather than to pursue the truth. There are obviously additional Brady violations and prejudices that Ms. Reed has suffered. I've detailed those in our moving papers. And I want to incorporate all of those arguments by reference here as well. But relating to the surveillance footage itself, there's no question that the Commonwealth intentionally withheld it, and they've been withholding it since January 29th, 2022. The Commonwealth can't really seriously claim, Your Honor, that 4 or 5 or however many different law enforcement officers were aware of and withheld the surveillance video or the surveillance footage, and who were supposedly specifically instructed by Adam Lally or his team back in April of 2024 to turn everything over, and it was just inadvertently withheld. This was intentional. And the Commonwealth then compounded those violations by Michael Proctor lying on the stand about his knowledge of the video footage and his turning it over to the defense. It was literally a fraud on the jury. And now, well after trial, the Commonwealth has been forced to admit that even more exculpatory evidence or surveillance evidence from January 2022 is in their possession. And it was also entirely withheld from the defense throughout this litigation and throughout the first trial. In addition to the presumptive prejudice, Your Honor, there has been actual prejudice. This was, some would say, a close case when it ended. The court recalls that. The jury was hung on some charge or charges, and the evidence suggests that they voted in her favor on others. The court needs to ask itself, what would the jury have done had they had all the evidence to which they were entitled, to which we were entitled? But they didn't. Every one of these videos was in some way compromised, even the videos that we did have. And the compromise always conveniently obscured the truth and obscured Ms. Reed's rights. This is an exculpatory fact that we should have been able to explore during the past 3 years, and certainly we should have been able to explore it at trial, but we did not have the videos. The Commonwealth did, though, and it's the cumulative effect of all these gross and repeated violations that undermines the Commonwealth's argument that this is just about a broken camera. It couldn't be further from the truth. We're to believe that all these cameras just spontaneously became defective at the exact same time. Like I said before, it defies logic. For the Commonwealth to have all this footage for a solid 3 years and hold it back from us the entire time, it makes one question what was going on with that evidence. And I have to say, in terms of lesser remedies, Your Honor, what's interesting is that the exclusion, obviously the exclusionary rule exists.
I understand that does not help the defense.
It doesn't help the defense. And I appreciate the court finishing my thought on that. It's the opposite. The only remedy that can prevent this kind of repetition, this kind of misconduct, is dismissal. That's the only remedy available. And that's what the law, and that's what justice demands. As a final thought, if the court, even in the face of all this overwhelming evidence of gross misconduct, declines to dismiss this case at this time, we would urge the court to grant us an evidentiary hearing so that we can make an actual factual record of the myriad of issues brought up here. This will give the court a much better understanding of the facts supporting dismissal, and it'll perfect the record on these critical constitutional issues. And with that, I'll submit.
Okay, so thank you. I have a question for you. So go back to the podium, please, because you may need your notes. But Ms. Little, did you find the Proctor testimony?
I did, Your Honor. It's June 12th, 2025, the reporter's transcript at 1-148. And that's from the copy of transcripts with sidebars, just
Okay.
for the court's reference, lines 8 through 12.
Great.
Thank you.
I have a question, Mr. Jackson, just about, so you argued obviously the importance of the Lexus arriving at the Canton Police Department. You argued a distinction between a cracked taillight versus a shattered taillight.
Correct.
In your pleadings, and again, you just saw, I want specifics where I can find something. On page 28, you talked at the top line, cracked, not shattered, when it arrived at the conflicted CPD on January 29, 2022. If the taillight was largely intact and only cracked rather than shattered and missing 47 pieces, as Dayton Police Officer Sergeant Barrows testified he observed earlier that day, after the Commonwealth claimed Ms. Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe, the evidence would establish Ms. Reed's innocence and be case ending for the Commonwealth. The 47 pieces I'm having trouble finding. I just took a quick review of Sergeant Barrows' testimony yesterday upon being prepared for this. I didn't see it in there. Ms. Little, do you know where that 47 pieces is?
Yeah, the 47 pieces is not related to Sergeant Barrows' testimony.
Well, it sounds it from this, so I'm not to
No.
read it this way.
What Sergeant Barrows clearly testified to was that he observed a taillight that was cracked and not broken.
Okay, the 47 pieces, I read that to mean it was from Barrows' testimony.
No.
As Dayton Police Barrows testified. All right, where do I find that 47 pieces?
The 47 pieces, I can get multiple transcript sites, but those were the photographs the Commonwealth presented at trial, that there were that many pieces found at the crime scene.
It's the number of
Taillight.
pieces that were booked into evidence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Yeah, if you have trial transcript of that, I don't need 47 points, but if there's something that summarizes it, put that to read as I see it reading.
No, Sergeant Barrows specifically testified about his observations of the taillight earlier that day.
Right.
It was uncontroverted that there were 47 pieces of taillight
Okay.
recovered at the scene.
That's not clear to me the way this is written, so I'm glad I asked you. Okay. All right, so with that, now, Ms. Giannetti, I'm not going to hear from you now about the court officers not being in charge of the jury. I'm going to hear from Mr. Brennan, and then we'll get to you, and hopefully we'll have time. But Mr. Brennan, I have a question for you. As I started with a question for the defense, so I'd like you to explain to the court, please, what efforts the Commonwealth made to comply with the Rule 14 obligation regarding the Sally Port videos, and why the dribs and drabs of the way the discovery came in.
It may be most helpful if I give the court a history as I've learned it about the production of video in this case,
Okay?
and it will explain in context the production of video and will help create the foundation so the court can understand and perhaps the defense can best understand.
All right, and just like I did with Mr. Jackson, if I need to, I'm going to interrupt you
Of course.
to clarify some of this. So know that that's what I'm focused on.
I understand clearly. In November of 2024, the defense asked me to see if I could provide a chain of custody regarding the production of video in this case. And so I agreed that I would do that and made best efforts to talk to as many witnesses as I could, review the discovery, and speak to the attorneys. Now, when I started sometime in late September, I had found the letter from Chief Rafferty with the production of video in August. The letter or note was dated in August. So to start from the beginning, the prosecutors in this case did not have knowledge that there was videos from the Sallyport area. There was nothing about it that was particularly relevant to them. The defense theory did not make it clear to them that that was important. There was no motion filed by the defense.
At what point in time?
This is leading up to trial.
Okay.
At that point, there had been no request by the defense for video of the Sallyport area. What I learned is that Trooper Proctor had requested Sallyport video from the Canton Police Department. And the person who was the custodian of Canton Police Video, who would download it from the DVR, was Sergeant D.G.M. Petro. He made a request shortly after this event on January 29th, 2022. Sergeant D.G.M. Petro downloaded video from the front wall camera, which was later characterized as the blurry camera, and he left it at the front desk. Trooper Buchanan, at the direction of Trooper Proctor, picked up the video and he brought it to Trooper Proctor. Trooper Buchanan did not look at the video at that time. It was given to Trooper Proctor. Trooper Proctor did not provide it to the prosecutors. So Trooper Proctor was aware of the video. The prosecutors were not aware of the video. That video is the same video that Sergeant D.G.M. Petro says that he downloaded the video in 6-hour segments, and that contained the front wall blurry camera inside the Sallyport and camera in front of the police station. That remained with Trooper Proctor for some time. In June, around June of 2023, Trooper Proctor then made a second request from Sergeant D.G.M. Petro
Even though we already had it?
for different cameras. He wanted cameras, camera angle of outside the Sallyport area. So when the tow truck dropped the car off, leading into the Sallyport, which is now characterized as the exterior Sallyport video. Again, Trooper Proctor asked Trooper Buchanan to go to the Canton Police Department and pick up a copy of the downloaded video. Trooper Buchanan went to the police department, picked up the CD at the front desk. That CD had a yellow sticky tab on it with Trooper Buchanan's name, and Trooper Buchanan wrote in the case file on that yellow sticky. He brought the CD to Trooper Proctor. Again, Trooper Proctor in June 2023 had a copy of the exterior Sallyport video, but did not provide it to the prosecutors. Both of those videos remained dormant. When Trooper Proctor was called to the federal grand jury, essentially he testified or was asked about video and said that he reviewed video. Now, this was not evidence that the Commonwealth intended on introducing or had any specific interest in. There was no particular discovery request by the defense, and there was no order. But upon reading that grand jury testimony, ADA Lally reports that he then inquired about the video. This is
Inquired of whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Okay.
This is shortly before trial. ADA Lally was given a copy of one of two of those productions. He was given the copy of the front wall video, which also contained video of outside the front of the police station. That was quickly turned over after Attorney Lally received it on April 4th, 2022. So what we know at this point is Trooper Proctor has this original production on April 4th, 2022, shortly after January 29th, 2022. I'm sorry, it was provided April 4th, 2022.
2022 or later?
No,
It was later, right?
was
Because
later.
the
It was-
federal grand jury was later.
he provided it on the eve of trial. So it was April of 2024. So we know this production on April 4th, 2024 was in the hands of Trooper Proctor in shortly after January 29th, 2022. At this point, the prosecution team is still unaware of the June 23 production, which has Trooper Buchanan's name on it, which shows the exterior Sallyport. As trial began, there still was no specific order or request. The chief of police saw something about the trial, and let me rephrase. Prior to the trial, it's reported that Attorney Yannetti was discontent because the video of the front camera sally port was so grainy, intermittent, and not continuous. And that's an accurate description of that video. Chief Rafferty, in response to seeing Attorney Yannetti's concerns, then asked Sergeant D.G.M. Petro to see if there was another camera or to produce any other video from the sally port. Sergeant D.G.M. Petro then downloaded video from the DVR, which is the second camera that is inside the sally port, known as the inverted camera, or now characterized as the inverted camera. That was produced April 23rd, 2024, given to ADA Lally, then given to the defense. And so at that point, there are 3 video productions that exist. The first turned over to the defense April 4th, 2024, the second April 23rd, 2024, and the June 23 production of the exterior sally port has still not been turned over. It's in the possession of Trooper Proctor, and the prosecutors do not know about it. After the trial, one of the employees from Norfolk County, Colleen Crawford, went to the sally port and looked at the DVR system. And when she looked at it, she saw that video still existed on that system. Although there was a 30-day overwrite on that system, the system had a number of backup hard drives. And because of the backup hard drives, the video existed longer than 30 days. She wrote an extensive report that was turned over to the defense, and this is after trial. The report notes her investigation about all the different videos, and it summarizes everything that she saw in that July 2024 visit. As I mentioned earlier, in August, Chief Rafferty provided video of the hallways that included some video of Brian Higgins, and she accompanied a letter or a note. I learned that that video was copied during the trial, and it is noted in the sergeant's letter. The chief of police and the sergeant were downloading video, not in response to a motion to compel or produce, but rather because they had concerns about accusations that were being made about the department, and they were saving video, in their opinion or from their perspective, to help defend against future false claims against them. They downloaded a number of videos that were then turned over in that August 2024 production. When I first learned of that August letter and note, I turned it over to the defense immediately. The issue came up regarding the DVR in November, and as we've litigated extensively, so I'll simply summarize it, I invited the defense to come to the Canton Police Department. Given the intermittent or spotty production of video, I thought it best they have an opportunity to look firsthand, although I didn't know if the video would exist, as I've said. And then when they came in December, I think it was December 12th, if my memory serves, and learned that there was no longer video stored because it had been overwritten, I then went to the Canton Police Department so that I could have a closer look at the video cameras to see if there was something missing. I toured the entire station. I learned about the videos, and then as a consequence, I spoke to the chief, other officers, and the sergeant. Unexpectedly, the sergeant told me that he would click and drag copies of video when he would download them from the DVR. Inevitably, we had the litigation about whether the defense was going to download in person or not. And then as I tried to finalize my investigation into the tapes and realizing there was no actual written chain of custody, I wanted best to memorialize it. I had been reviewing all files, data, hard files, but I had not been on the case long enough to review everything. So I asked that the parties of the Commonwealth look through all files, all databases, so that I could help facilitate my review. At that point, I was provided by Trooper Tully the June 2023 CD with Trooper Buchanan's name on it. That is the exterior Sallyport video. And within 24 hours, I provided that to the defense. I then asked both the sergeant and Trooper Tully and Trooper Buchanan to write reports. Since there was no chain of custody, I wanted best to give as much information as I could and document the history of the video. That, Your Honor, is a summary of everything that I had learned, the investigation, and the production of the videos.
Do you know which investigator's file it was found in?
Trooper Proctor's.
Okay.
Your Honor, I have 3 separate arguments. I will proceed with the videotape argument since we've lodged into it.
Sure.
Now, the defense has made a number of conclusions that there was somehow videotape that was tampered with. There's absolutely no evidence whatsoever, none. It's not even speculation. There's no evidence that any videotape was ever tampered with. They say it, but there's none. I have seen none. They have produced absolutely no evidence that any video was altered or tampered. The defense lodges the idea of bad faith, that there was some type of advantage in that this video was withheld from them on purpose. And again, that is a baseless claim. If the government was going to hide video from the defense, they never would have got it. Maybe they would have got something after I came in and looked. They would have not got this production in April 2024. They would not have gotten the production if the government was looking to hide anything. And so the idea of intentionally withholding or bad faith is just characterization by the defense. The words Brady have meaning. Now, first, Brady needs to be exculpatory, and that's going to be something I think I can demonstrate does not fit this case. And secondly, in order to compel the court to conclude there was some type of remedy that should be issued, they want the court to conclude, like they do, that there was some type of tampering or some type of destruction of evidence. There was none. There was none. Now, Trooper Proctor had this video from June 2023 in his file. And I think the best evidence that this was not intentional is if you review Trooper Proctor's trial testimony.
So do you have a volume? Is it at the same place that Ms. Little gave me?
Well, I have the same volume. They gave you a fragment of his testimony, which was about 3 sentences. But if you actually read a number of pages, testimony that deals with this video, and it begins on page 133. What you will see, and I won't spend a half hour reading it, but what you will see is that Trooper Proctor was aware of the grainy video, which was the video that was provided right after January 29, 2022. He was unaware of the inverted video until it was produced right before trial or right during trial by the Canton Police. And you can also see that he in no way was hiding the June 2023 video, because you can see the confusion between all the parties at trial. Attorney Jackson is asking Trooper Proctor about video, and Trooper Proctor is explaining there is a Sallyport video and also there's an exterior video outside the Sallyport. And it is clear that Attorney Jackson does not have that June 23 exterior Sallyport video because he's very confused in the questioning of Trooper Proctor. And Trooper Proctor continually tries to explain that there is both the Sallyport and is the exterior video. So clearly, Trooper Proctor was aware of the exterior Sallyport video, but it will be clear from the reading of his cross-examination that there was no intentional withholding. He should have, since it was in his possession, whether it was relevant to the government's case or not, he should have provided it to the prosecutor, and then it would have been properly provided. But it was his oversight. There was nothing intentional or advantageous about it, because he struggled to try to explain to Attorney Jackson. And so it's also notable that Attorney Lally never has an opportunity to ask more details about those. Well, he has the opportunity, but he doesn't ask more details about that misunderstanding because he's wholly unaware that it even exists. It's a confusing moment, but it clarifies that there's nothing intentional whatsoever about this course. And so it's important that although the defense now suggests there's something exculpatory about it or something about it that's important, it is important to note that the defense never filed a motion for the production of the Canton Police Department video. It is not incumbent or assumed that the Commonwealth is going to obtain every video from every part of a town during an incident. It's not assumed that they will do that. The Commonwealth seeks evidence that they think is exculpatory. They seek evidence that they think is relevant material, and when they receive it, they are supposed to provide it. There are many cases where video from a police department is never provided to the defendant unless they ask. Or many cases where it may be a video of the booking, but not the hallways, not the bathrooms, not the back parking lot. Put in context that the defense theory was an evolving theory throughout this case to this day. The defense theory was that it was some third-party culprit, unidentified, who committed this act that led to the death of John O'Keefe. In fact, if you see earlier interviews, the defense position publicly was, you know exactly who did it, intimating that there was a specific person. Now that recently has changed. If we see the recent interview 2 weeks ago on Fox 25, the quick answer was, we have no idea who did it. We don't have to know. And so this fluid position is not noticed to put the Commonwealth on notice. They're supposed to chase down every potential idea or creation that the defense has. It's important to look at the motion that has been presented to your honor on behalf of the defense, where they claim that they moved to preserve video evidence. And when you look at that motion, the best it says is that they moved to compel physical evidence. That does not put the Commonwealth on notice of video evidence at the Canton Police Department.
Was this the Stoughton District Court motion?
It is.
Okay.
And I know the Superior Court did not adopt it. However, I think the Commonwealth being on notice is the point. Even if it's in district court, I think it's the Commonwealth's responsibility.
I agree with that.
Okay. And so Attorney Yannetti, and I've mentioned this before, was very prolific in his pretrial discovery motions, very meticulous. And when you look at his meticulousness, if there was a need or a desire for video, he certainly would have asked for it. He didn't. In fact, when you look at the perspective of Attorney Yannetti, you don't have to look much further than his characterizations of how he sees the difference between the crime scene and the Canton Police Department. I've attached, for your honor and for the defense, exhibit number 4, trial testimony of Trooper Nicholas Garino. And when he cross-examines Nicholas Garino, he is pretty clear that there is a difference between the Canton Police Department and the crime scene. He cites on page 75, but you'd agree with me, the Canton Police Department wasn't the crime scene, correct? And Trooper Garino says, I never said crime scene in my report, I wrote scene. And Mr. Attorney Yannetti iterates, oh, okay, well, Canton Police Department was not the scene of any crime, was it? So the defense is hard pressed now at this moment where they are trying to create prejudice that doesn't exist to try to convert a motion that they filed with very specific intentions for physical evidence to now suggest that that includes Canton Police Department because the Canton Police Department is somehow the crime scene. It doesn't convert. In argument, Attorney Jackson characterizes not only Trooper Proctor's testimony, and I encourage the court to look at that because when you read it in context, I think it clearly screams that Trooper Proctor is hiding nothing whatsoever. But if you look at Trooper Buchanan's testimony on June 6, 2024, if you start at page 103, Attorney Jackson, to paraphrase, I'm not quoting him verbatim, suggests that there's something about Trooper Buchanan that is lying about his position or about what he saw, or that Trooper Buchanan admittedly saw the inverted video. Not the case. Trooper Buchanan reported that he did not see the inverted video until after Canton produced it, because how would he see it before Canton produced it? And that was in his preparation in May. And he did not say that he sat down with ADA Lally and watched the inverted video. He was asked, were you shown any of the videos that you've seen in anticipation of your testimony? Now remember, there's not just Canton Police Department video at that point. There is video from Ring, Town Hall, a number of different places. And he said, not during the first meeting. I did review video during the second time. Question, okay. And that video that you did see the second time, was that the interior video of the Sallyport that we saw yesterday, correct? He says, Trooper Buchanan, I'm just trying to remember exactly what video I saw. I had reviewed videos outside of our meetings. That is what he put in his report about reviewing in May, not with ADA Lally. So I don't remember exactly what video Mr. Lally showed me. That wasn't the characterization that was provided in argument. This is very different. Question, but you do recall seeing the video that you saw yesterday, the sort of clear one that has the crime scene tape being put up and all that. You've seen that one before. That's the inverted video. Answer, yes. I'm on page 104. And that was with Mr. Lally, correct? Trooper Buchanan, clearly. That is not correct because I do not recall when I saw that video or what video I saw with Mr. Lally. That sworn testimony is not only in stark contrast with the characterization that was offered by the defense, but it directly contradicts the conclusion they ask you to reach that Trooper Buchanan watched this video with ADA Lally in preparation for trial. Therefore, it is a lie that the Canton Police Department provided the inverted video sometime earlier. That's sworn testimony. Now, again, trying to assert some type of relevance, the defense suggests there is something in the federal materials that would show relevance because Mr. Higgins said in the federal materials that he does not believe he made any phone calls. If you were to look at that testimony in the federal materials, you would see there was an enormous amount of conversation about the period in which he was sleeping. And there were dialed calls between him and Mr. Albert. And so you have to look at it in context rather than say it's an unequivocal denial and there's an aha moment. There is no aha moment. So
Do you have the grand jury cite? I think I might have got it from Ms. Little earlier, but the grand jury testimony of Brian Higgins, I have it. It's just easier if you have a cite to that.
I have it tab, but I don't, perhaps Attorney
I'm sure
McLaughlin
Ms.
does.
McLaughlin can get it
I'll
from.
provide it momentarily.
All right, thank you.
So what really arises from the subterfuge is that the defense did not ask for video. There was video provided when the prosecutors learned about it. There was video that was in the hands of Trooper Proctor that should have been provided to the prosecutor that wasn't. There was nothing done to alter or taint the video. There was nothing destructive about it. There was no tactical advantage. There was no benefit to the government. And clearly from Trooper Proctor's testimony, there was no effort whatsoever to hide it. It should have been managed better, no doubt. But there was nothing about it that was prejudicial. There was nothing about it that showed tampering or altering. And so ultimately, the import of the defense's argument is that this evidence, this information is exculpatory. It's exculpatory because what they claim is that it would show that Miss Reed's taillight was cracked, not missing a piece. Now, first thing we look at is Nick Barros's testimony. And if you have an opportunity to look at his testimony on page 12, line 1, the defendant told you part of the story. I saw some damage to the rear taillight. To my best ability and recollection, that taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked. But they forgot the next part. And there, pause, a piece missing, but not completely damaged. That's exactly how we see Miss Reed's car later on, after it is at Canton. The entire taillight is not missing. There is a piece missing. That piece, where the fractures of it are found at 34 Fairview, right near Mr. O'Keefe's body. The same parts of the taillight fragments that are found in the sleeve of his shirt. And so it's not simply cracked. Even the witness they tried to lean on, Mr. Barros, says more. And so if that taillight is not just cracked, that taillight is missing, then there is nothing exculpatory whatsoever about the Canton video. It's a red herring because there can be no plant of fractured taillight if it's already gone before it gets to Canton. There can't be. And so when looking at the evidence, it is unequivocally clear that piece of the taillight is missing well before that car ever gets to Canton. And so we can quibble and we can dispute and we can go back and forth all day, but the best way is to just show you the evidence. And so when we look at the evidence, let's start first with the claim that the Sallyport videos were tampered with. Canton went back before January 29, 2022, and they took samples of the video to see if it was in the same condition, inverted for the back wall and fuzzy for the front wall. And we have those, and we've turned those over to the defense, and I just want Your Honor to see a small clip of that to show this condition, these conditions existed before this case was even a moment. So with the court's permission, I'm going to ask to put up exhibit number 2. Exhibit number 2 shows the inverted camera from January 1st, 2022. Now this is 28 days before Ms. Reed's Lexus hits the Sallyport area. Now you can see, if you stop that please, thank you very much. On that wall, on that garage wall, there's a 4, it is backwards. This Sallyport video was not doctored by Trooper Proctor. It wasn't altered by Trooper Buchanan. It was in existence well before Miss Reed's car showed up to that Sallyport. Similarly, front wall camera, could you please put on exhibit 3? Exhibit 3 is from January 28, 2022, a day before Miss Reed's vehicle makes it to the Sallyport. And you can see the quality. It wasn't distorted on purpose. It wasn't manipulation by the state police. This is the way the camera worked in Canton. Thank you very much. And so the idea of tampering, we can claim it, we can assert it without fact, but we can prove it did not happen. Now, what we know is that missing taillight was not tampered with because it was gone hours before police even touched Miss Reed's vehicle. At 5:08 a.m., she left Meadows Road. That's John O'Keefe's home. And when she left at 5:08 a.m., that taillight part was already missing. If we look at exhibit 6, please. This is from the ring video of John O'Keefe's home. This evidence directly contradicts the idea that the Sallyport video is relevant to show any break or planting of evidence. As Ms. Reed nudges into Mr. O'Keefe's car, she will pull forward and will stop the video in 2 spots so you can get a clear look of that rear tail light missing. Forward, please. Thank you. And then ahead one more. You can see the white light shine. Stop. You can see it clearly missing. You can't plant something that's already gone. And the reason why you see white, it is a red taillight cover, and when the red is missing or gone, as it is in this case, the white bulb still shines, and that's why it shines white. The defense position is also contradicted by the ARCA witnesses. If we look at Dr. Wolf's testimony, day 31 of trial, it's noted as Exhibit 10 in our package, page 36. ADA Lally asks the good doctor, now doctor, in the course of your analysis or review of materials here, were you ever provided with a video of the defendant backing out a garage and making contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in his driveway at about 5:07 in the morning on January 29th? Says, I'm not aware of that. And then if we move to page 124, line 1. Now, line 2. Now, as far as you're aware from the review and your testing and everything that you did in this case, if a collision occurred at a lower speed, say 1, 2, anywhere from 0 to 5 miles an hour, would that create the damage to the taillight that you observed in this particular case? And Dr. Wolf says, at that speed, no. We provided notice of our own expert. And there's one thing, many things, but one critical thing the experts will all agree on. That nudging did not cause the damage to that taillight. The defense position is also contradicted by dash cam footage. Sadly, an officer went to the O'Keefe home to check on his niece and nephew on that tragic day. And when he did, he had a dash cam video further reinforcing that that taillight is missing well before that vehicle makes it to the Sallyport area. If we could play Exhibit 7, which is the dash cam footage showing Mr. O'Keefe's car in his driveway at 8:22 a.m. If you could close up from the court, please. If you compare the right side to the left side, although covered and impacted by snow, if you could more close up, please, you can see that taillight, just like the detective from Dighton said, just like the 508 ring video shows, is missing. Is missing. There's no plant. The defense's position is also contradicted by the alarm.com video that we received pursuant to Rule 17. There are 2 videos, 8 and 9. If we could play Exhibit 8, please. This is the defendant's car arriving in Dighton in the driveway. The defendant on the passenger side, and you can see them walk to the back of the car near the right taillight and stop. And if the question is, what are they stopping for? We can play video 9. And this is when the car is being put on the tow truck before it makes its canting. And just like 508, in the driveway of Meadows, John O'Keefe's home, you will see that right taillight shine white, showing the missing taillight cover on 2 occasions. If you have an opportunity to stop the video at the important points, please do so.
Can you lower it?
We cannot.
Can you zoom in on it?
Your Honor, I would encourage the parties to look at it on the computer. The clarity is much better and it's very clear, the white light in this video. I cannot see it clearly on the screen.
So will you give me a flash drive of all of these exhibits?
Oh, there we go.
Okay,
If you look at it on a small screen, see right there?
I do see it.
Yeah, and then you'll see it again. So the alarm.com video contradicts the defendant's position that there is anything exculpatory about these Sallyport videos. In fact, this whole idea of third party doesn't come to town until 9 months after Ms. Reed is indicted. Perhaps the best evidence that contradicts the defense's position that there's any relevance to the Sallyport video, that there's any type of plant by anybody, is from the defendant herself. Ms. Reed spoke to Gretchen Voss on June 20th, 2023. And in that testimony, or in that interview, she said, when my car was seized, there was a few small pieces of taillight missing that I had picked out at John's at 5:45 before we drove over to Fairview. I'm showing Jen and Kerry, look what I just did to my light. And I'm worried that there's gonna be some kind of electric short circuit. There's like the bulb is showing and some of the red plastic is missing. So I picked pieces out of the light housing that kind of collapsed within the light and dropped them in John's driveway. And so I say to the court, the production should have been sooner. It should have been cleaner. This should have been a log or an entry. The failure to provide was inadvertent. It was unfortunate. It shouldn't happen, but it's not Brady. It's not exculpatory. It's not intentional. It's not tampered with. It was inadvertent and inconsequential because the evidence is overwhelming that that light is missing before the car makes it to the foot of the Sallyport, so there can be no plan. That is my argument regarding the Rule 14 issue. I would like to have time to speak about the claim of jury tampering. I understand the temperament of the court. I'm not tone deaf, but it is a claim that was lodged that has collateral consequence. And I think it's important for me to be able to address it. May I?
Yes.
The claim of jury tampering is probably one of the most serious claims that one can make because it's not simply an attack on a case. It questions the fabric of our entire judicial system. If a good juror comes to court and believes there is no integrity in the court or in the judicial system, it is impossible for a fair-minded juror to even consider evidence because they do not trust the system to begin with. And if a government actor or a trooper or a police officer tampered with a jury, that would be one of the biggest, most abhorrent transgressions that could happen because of the collateral consequence of tampering with the jury. It would take away the community's belief in our system. On the other hand, if there is a claim of jury tampering and it's baseless and there is no evidence, it is not only a direct attack on the judicial system, it would seem to be an effort to try to undermine the authority of the system in court before a trial to impede the ability to have a fair trial. It is an extraordinary claim. And it's notable, the defense motion to dismiss is not just a motion to dismiss, it's a motion to dismiss for extraordinary government misconduct. So when you make an extraordinary claim about jury tampering, there should be extraordinary evidence. There isn't even ordinary evidence. There is no evidence of jury tampering in this case. Now, I don't want to belabor this, but it's important because of the consequence of what happens when a claim like this is lodged. There is damage. And why I'd rather sit down, as I said before, a lie unchecked becomes the truth. And so how does one propagate a claim of jury tampering when there's no evidence? Well, first you need to plant the seed of corruption. And all you have to do is whisper it and hope the poison goes out there and is resonating in the potential community. And so what happens in this case? The defense finds a willing partner who covets an opportunity to meet with the defendant. They find a time, like after the Super Bowl, so there's this national exposure, and they just seep the information. They just seep it into the public and let it resonate. There can be no retort. The government can't respond. No facts, no evidence. Just saturate the public. Now, it's important to see or hear or read what is said, because this really is the acorn that is being planted that cannot be rebutted. And it's not insignificant that this same information before this interview is being disseminated by Mr. Kearney. This idea that there was tampering by Lieutenant Fanning. Not a coincidence. And so during this interview that the defendant and the attorney have, the question's asked, I don't know why it's asked, but it's asked. There have been sort of these unsubstantiated claims in the atmosphere that there might have been some funny business with the jurors who were dismissed. Really? And Mr. Jackson says, right. The question, is this a real concern that you have? Is this something that you are looking at, or have you just dismissed it as a rumor? Answer, I never just dismissed that as rumor. Something like that, it's too convenient for the prosecution for us to just dismiss out of hand. Do I have any evidence, specific evidence that there was jury tampering? I don't have any specific evidence of it. And yet we have a motion filed 2 weeks later. Do I think there are questions that should be asked? Do I think that there are questions that have been raised about the way the jurors were dismissed and who was dismissed very specifically? And then it continues on page 13 of the transcript. Question, one of the state troopers who was involved with the Norfolk DA's office and on the periphery of the investigation was also responsible for the jury? Not sure where these questions come from. Answer, right. He wasn't that far on the periphery of the investigation. He was involved in the investigation. He was direct supervisor over the individuals that were testifying and over and about whom we had leveled some very, very serious claims and ended up proving those claims during the course of direct and cross-examination in the presentation of our case. That person, that supervisor, we found out well into trial. As a matter of fact, at the end of the trial, we found out is the very person who was governing the jurors. That's a question that should be raised. That is an issue that should be teased out. Should never, ever happen. That is the very definition of a conflict of interest. Question, is that standard in Massachusetts for just the DA's office to assign whoever they want to be sort of, supervisor of the jury? Yeah. Is it standard in Massachusetts? I hope not. Never seen that in my life. But if I had a nickel for every time I said I've never seen this type in my life as it pertains to the Massachusetts justice system, the criminal justice system, I'd have a lot of nickels.
So I didn't see that interview. I don't have the transcript. I'd like a copy of that transcript.
Your Honor, I understand. I may be mistaken. We produced all of the exhibits to the court, and you should have a transcript. If not, I will get it to you immediately.
Okay.
Okay. So after step one, finding a vehicle to plant the seed, and they did that very effectively, the next step is they have to identify our target. Who are they going to blame? Who's going to be the villain? In this case, a villain goes from anybody that gets in the way. It could be a soccer mom. It could be a police officer. It could be a good Samaritan. Anybody that crosses the path is a target. And now they decided they were going to identify Lieutenant Fanning. Lieutenant Fanning is one of the most conscientious, dedicated, admired state police officers in Massachusetts. After having his name attempted to be sullied all over social media, attacking his integrity and his name, I can dare say that Lieutenant Fanning is in a different position than many. His integrity is so reputable, none of that will break him or his reputation. But it happened. When you look at the motion filed by the defense in this case, and they found their target in Lieutenant Fanning, you look at this motion, page 15. It's important when they made this public pleading, getting back to my request, Your Honor, the other day. You look at the bottom of page 15. It talks about Lieutenant Fanning and tries to align him or associate him with Trooper Proctor because Trooper Proctor's text message was on a chain that included Lieutenant Fanning. Lieutenant Fanning did not reprimand or otherwise correct his subordinate's disgusting and inappropriate behavior. As a result, he was investigated by the Office of Professional Integrity and Accountability for allegations of inappropriate correspondence between department members. True. But then they leave off the punchline. They put this in a public document. They try to smear him, degrade, demean, dehumanize. But what they leave out is that after this thorough investigation by the Office of Professional Accountability, where they took strong measures, very strong measures when they found something that they were not in agreement with, they concluded that these complaints were not sustained.
So we were all aware of that. I received verification of that through the pleadings. Counsel was all aware of that. I just need the date. When was he cleared? When was that made public?
We'll have to provide that to you.
Was it prior to this? Was it prior to the motion being filed?
Yes, it was last year, last fall. I can provide the date right now.
Okay.
Trooper Lieutenant Fanning is not in a unique position.
If I may, Your Honor, sorry. It was July 17th, 2024.
He is similarly situated to the many first responders and witnesses in this case. And then, without any basis, the defense then distorts that Lieutenant Fanning was in charge of juror security. He had control of the jury, and he had access to the jury. Think about what those statements say to our community, who are going to pile in here in less than a month to try to give a fair trial to both sides. Think about what those words mean. After selecting their target and trying to dehumanize him and degrade him, they then try to create an illusion of this grandiose havoc that is running amok. Trying to get the community to think Trooper Fanning controlled, had access, and tampered with the jury. Think about that concept. Not only is it an attack on Lieutenant Fanning, it is an attack on the integrity of the trial court. I've walked a lot of hallways in the trial courts over the past 30 years. And the heartbeat of trial courts is the court officers who take their duty so seriously. They help, they assist, they guide, and they have solemn pledges. They are charged with the responsibility of the jury. To suggest this is to suggest that the hardworking men and women in our trial court system who come here every day for everybody else's benefit, it is to suggest that they would cede their authority to the state police and abscond from their duty and responsibility to protect that jury with no basis whatsoever. That is the concept that they are promoting in this motion. The trial court personnel throughout the state are steadfast and dedicated. I've tried a lot of cases, and I think most of the lawyers in here have. It is without a doubt in Massachusetts that these dutiful men and women of the trial court protect and are sworn at the end of every case in jury instructions to protect the jury. And these trial court employees, especially here in Dedham, some of the finest, would never abscond that duty. And yet it is now in the public domain, this suggestion. The only way that you dispel innuendo, suggestiveness, unsupported claims, and the poison that can seep into the community, the only way you can stop that is with fact. So I'm going to list a few facts for the record. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning was not in charge of juror security. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning did not have control of the jury. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning did not access the jury. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning was part of a multi-agency cooperative effort to ensure the safety of the public and court participants, which required numerous local police officers and state police because of the bedlam that was created outside. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning never, ever, ever met with or interacted with any juror. Fact: at all times, Lieutenant Fanning worked from a remote location, jointly managing operations for the safety of the public. Never setting foot on this property when the jury was here. Never meeting a juror, never looking at a juror, never being seen by a juror. Fact: no evidence any trial court personnel ever ceded their obligations and duty and handed them off to Lieutenant Fanning. Fact: Lieutenant Fanning heard numerous rumors from various sources about a juror who expressed potential bias. Fact: Trooper Fanning never investigated, approached, or inquired. He heard the information and provided it to the trial court as is responsible, dutiful, and proper. And I'll repeat one more time, Lieutenant Fanning never, ever, ever interacted, controlled, or met with any juror. Your Honor, these claims in the motion to dismiss have a theme. Different issues, same theme, same pattern, same effort. Your Honor should dismiss it outright, and we should move to trial. Thank you.
If I may, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. We're going to address in reverse order some of the statements made by Mr. Brennan. And I want to talk first about this issue of juror interference, which is what we called it. These words matter. We've claimed that there's interference. He indicates that that would be an abhorrent transgression if there were interference with a juror or a jury. We agree. It would be an abhorrent transgression. The information that we have in front of us is not the information that Mr. Brennan just recited, which is interesting. I'll get to the facts that he very dramatically stated in just a second, because this is a fact-based inquiry, one that we asked for standing right over there at sidebar and didn't get. But Mr. Brennan, with no support to back it up, and I'm going to ask a couple of pointed questions about that, recites these facts after facts after facts that he claimed absolved the Commonwealth of any transgression as it pertains to the jurors. And when I say Commonwealth, I'm talking about the Massachusetts State Police. Very clearly, in a clever, almost too cute by half argument, Mr. Brennan talks about the good court officers populating this courtroom and this courthouse, about whom we have made no allegation, no claim, nothing. We have nothing but the highest respect and regard for the men and women who wear that uniform and perform these duties. None, zero. And he knows that. But in an effort to create an enemy where there isn't one, he acts like we've insulted the court officers, which we haven't. He also said that Lieutenant Fanning stood up here and gave basically a CV, a resume for him, and said, the greatest guy on the face of the earth. I don't know Lieutenant Fanning. I don't know if he knows Lieutenant Fanning. Not really the point. It's in the personality contest. He said that we identified somebody with an unassailable reputation. We identified him. We didn't identify anybody. We were standing up at sidebar, fat, dumb, and happy, not knowing what was going to happen when somebody else identified him. Wasn't us. And by the way, everything that we filed concerning this was under seal. We didn't disclose anything in any court document. It wasn't a public document, it was under seal. Mr. Brennan then states that he was also a subject, this person with this unassailed career, was the subject of an IA investigation for his conduct on this case. It's not even about something tangential. It's about his conduct on this case, his supervisory role as it pertains to Michael Proctor and his, and I'll repeat it, disgusting conduct as it relates to my client and his text messages, etc. When he was asked about those text messages, his claim was, I was on vacation and I didn't read them. And ultimately, the Massachusetts State Police investigation cleared the Massachusetts State Police officer. We've seen that happen before. The question, or questions, if I could, that surround this inquiry, and the reason that we included it in our motion to dismiss is because it appears that Ms. Reed did not get a fair trial because of this juror's dismissal. How would the person who's unidentified, to this day, unidentified, how would this person know who the juror sitting in one of these seats was if she was at a private location? I won't mention the location. How would they know? How would they know to identify her? How would they know what she said? How would they know to record her illegally, potentially, if that happened? How would they know these things? How would they know that if she was a juror, that she was a juror on the Commonwealth versus Reed matter specifically? And how would this unidentified person know of all of the authority figures to go to Lieutenant Fanning, of all people, who is then described to us after the fact as the, quote, commander of the extensive security operations that this case has required. And I went through that with the court this morning, but I just want to reiterate it one more time. Of course, it makes perfect sense that we would presume that if he's the commander, I don't think it gets much bigger than commander. If he's the commander of all security operations, he's a commander over operations that are attendant to the courts, the actual courts security, the personnel security, the party's security to whatever degree that is necessitated, but maybe most importantly, the jurors' security. That is a reasonable next step to conclude, a reasonable inference from the facts that we were given. But we do know this. He was this same Fanning that was just randomly picked to go report this to, was also the person that was in Ms. Reed's house seizing her phone just months before the trial. He's also the person that was interviewing witnesses or supervising the interviews of witnesses in this trial. He was also the person that was on the text messages between Proctor and his buddies at MSP talking about her and trying to find nudes. We know all of that existed. And yet we were denied an opportunity, Your Honor, an important opportunity to simply inquire before this juror was dismissed. That's all we asked. Let's get Lieutenant Fanning in here. Let's find out what the source of this is, and let's figure out, is it even remotely true? Remember, the juror never said it was true. But lo and behold, minutes before I stood up to give my summation, that juror is removed. That's the problem. This isn't about court officers and besmirching court officers' reputations. That's not what this is about. This is about what happened at sidebar in the matter of minutes that denied Ms. Reed her constitutional right. There's a couple of other points that I just want to make. Mr. Brennan started his comments by talking about the Sallyport video and how unimportant it is. How unimportant that video is. And I'm not going to go through all my points again. The court doesn't need to hear that. But I do want to make this point. He says it's not important. There was nothing to see here. We don't pull videos normally. Yeah, of course you don't pull Sallyport videos if you're investigating a bar fight. This was the purported murder weapon. This truck is the thing that the Commonwealth suggests was used to kill a cop. You think the video of it being pulled into the Sallyport might be of some evidentiary value? I don't know. Can't imagine why that would be important. Can't imagine why that might have some evidentiary materiality. But I do know this. I do know this much. One guy who thought it was important, the lead investigator, he pulled it all of it. He was super convinced it was important. And he's the guy that once pulled it, hid it from us for nearly 3 years. Mr. Brennan spent some time talking about the difference between cracked and missing. Interesting point. Now, I'm not going to go through a bunch of videos and audios. The court has seen all the pictures and photographs that it needs to see, and the court has a very, very good memory. We've never, ever disputed that the light was cracked at 5:07 or so a.m. That's how it got cracked, is the point. It got cracked on that traverse. And a piece was missing. A piece was missing. Not according to me, according to another agency's sergeant, Barros, who said a piece was missing, but it wasn't completely damaged. Recall that when that light was completely reconstructed with the 46, 47 pieces that were purportedly found, well, they were found at or near 34 Fairview, and then they were reconstructed. Does the court recall what that reconstruction looked like? That taillight was put together almost in its entirety, almost, except a piece was still missing. There was a piece unaccounted for. There's a big difference between a crack and the condition of that taillight, which we've now seen, where literally the entire lens material is basically gone. There's a few shards left on some edges, but the entire lens is basically gone. So yeah, it's relevant and it's exculpatory. The condition of that light when it pulled into the Sallyport driveway. And with regard to the inverted video, again, Mr. Brennan says there's nothing to see here. We've got inverted videos dating back days earlier. Then why, if that's such common knowledge, then why did Mr. Lally and Sergeant Buchnick in front of a jury present that video as a true and correct presentation of what that car looked like and where that car was? Mr. Lally actually asked the question. I don't have a page in sight now, but I remember it because I was sitting here. He asked the question, did you see Mr. Proctor? It was something, I'm paraphrasing, something along the lines of, did either you or Trooper Proctor approach that right passenger taillight? And the answer was no. Because on the video that was being played, it looked like the right passenger taillight was the one closest to the jury. And of course, Cooper Proctor walked right around that and went over to the other taillight. Except when you reverse it, you realize that's the right taillight.
Is there a copy of the reverse, the one that you played? Is that in the exhibits for today's motion?
No. The one that's been corrected?
Yes.
It's-
I'd like a copy of that.
I don't think I have. Sure. We can get that for the court immediately. Also, he played a video of the grainy video showing, hey, look, some of these cameras are just grainy in other particulars as well at other times and places. Maybe, or maybe not. What's interesting is the grainy video that we saw, if my memory serves me, and it's my memory and it's being taxed at this point, but my memory is the chyron on that video, in other words, the running numbers, was at the bottom. That video he just played is at the top. That's the exact same video. If it's apples and apples, oranges and oranges, why is that different? That's interesting. And with regard to Ms. Reed's actual statements in that interview that was played, or I'm sorry, it wasn't played, it was recited. She said, some of the red plastic is missing. Some of the red plastic is missing. In other words, a piece is missing. It's completely consistent with the condition of that taillight before it was at the Sally Port. With regard to the facts that were recited by Mr. Brennan at the very end, every one of those is unsubstantiated. How does he know all that information? Who has he been talking to? And why don't we know about it? If in furtherance of this motion, there was an interview done of Lieutenant Fanning that laid out all of this information about not having contact with jurors and not doing this and not doing that, but yes, doing this and that and the other thing, why is the first time I'm hearing about this when he stands up and tells us? That has been the pattern of this Commonwealth's presentation to this court and in front of the jury consistently. That is the punctuation mark at the end of the sentence. Why am I just now getting that? Why wasn't that appended to his motion? Was there a conversation Mr. Brennan had with Lieutenant Fanning that we need to know about? This is exactly why, Your Honor, exactly why. If this court is not inclined to dismiss this case, and it should, the maladies of the Brady concerning the Brady violations and the discovery violations are so manifold in this case. They cannot, it's irremediable harm. Irremediable harm. This case should be dismissed because of the conduct of the Commonwealth, including Michael Proctor holding onto his videos, hiding those videos, and then others involved with strategizing, use the videos against us, against the defense, in a murder trial without our knowledge and without giving us the videos. But if the court, in the face of all this, determines that it's either unconvinced at this juncture to dismiss this case, then we urge the court to have an evidentiary hearing. That's what this demands at the very least. An evidentiary hearing so that the court can perfect the record. We shouldn't be guessing at things. And I'll submit.
Any follow-up, Mr. Brennan?
No, thank you.
Ms. Giannetti, do you want to say something?
I don't think I need to in light of that presentation, Your Honor.
All right. I know you want to do your motion, Mr. Alessi. I cannot imagine that you can summarize it all in 10 minutes, can you?
I cannot, Your Honor.
Okay. So I'm not going to have anybody back here this week or next week. We'll hear that on the 18th when we hear everything else. I urge you, Mr. Alessi, to condense it as much as possible, okay?
I will.
I mean, your pleadings are very thorough.
I will do so, Your Honor.
Okay. Not yet. So I gave the parties until, instead of Friday for all the motions eliminated, next Monday is fine. But by the following Friday, I want any responses oppositions, any responses to the other side's motions. And then we'll have a hearing on the 18th. Jim, did we put aside any other days as well?
We did, I thought. Just a sec.
Yeah, we did 18 and 19.
That's what I had, yeah.
All right. I would expect that we would finish all the motions in limine in 2 days and wrap up whatever we have here. All right. All right. Yes.
Fox 25 produced the materials at the beginning, like March 1st. I went down to see if I could get a copy. It's on a hard drive. I can't simply look at it in the clerk's office. I would like permission from parties to be able to make a copy of the hard drive, or if I can get the hard drive and make a copy and return it.
Does the defense want a copy as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So you can make copies.
I'll make 2 copies and then I'll return the originals to the court.
Okay. All right.
Just before you leave the bench, Judge, I do not want the court to decide that motion for sanctions until I just supplement the record. I could do it in 3 minutes, and if
Go
you
ahead.
don't, you can cut me off.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Just briefly, Judge. Yesterday, Mr. Brennan represented to this court that I had made an extrajudicial statement regarding Mr. Morrissey and the federal investigation. You'll recall that I stood up in rebuttal and said that it was in court advocating for my client, and said Court TV is not a courtroom.
So before you go further,
Yes.
I don't know if Mr. Brennan was going to give me a Court TV site on that. Is
Right.
there one, Mr. Brennan?
I'll have to provide a video. I think that Mr. Yannetti is referring to that comment that was a court comment. And so I intend on remedying that record. There was also a conversation after with Court TV.
All right, so provide it to Mr. Yannetti. Mr. Yannetti, I'll give you an opportunity to respond once you get that. But go ahead, you can tell me
Well,
what you want
it's
to tell
just
me
that
now.
right now, it's out in the court of public opinion that I made this extrajudicial statement. I said specifically I did not. He contradicted me, and that's where we left it. And he said that he would produce the receipts. Now he's admitting he does not have the receipts. There was no Court TV interview where I said anything of the sort. That was a Zoom hearing, excuse me, where I was arguing before Your Honor. I would just note, Your Honor, I don't think it makes sense that Mr. Brennan would have done this on purpose because it was so easily disprovable. It's troubling that he would make this damaging accusation without properly vetting it to see if it is true before he attacks opposing counsel. So that was disappointing to me. And I would just point out, and I only need 30 seconds, that.
You can take your time, Mr. Yannetti. You're not going to be
Well, we're all.
35 minutes.
Right. I certainly will not be. This new false allegation comes after my colleague, Mr. Alessi, co-counsel, Mr. Alessi, on February 25th, detailed 9 or 10 false statements that Mr. Brennan has made to this court. And I want to make it clear, I don't need an apology from Mr. Brennan. I don't expect one. But I think perhaps he should apologize to the court. He said today, a lie unchecked becomes the truth. And I just would hope, Your Honor, that you hold Mr. Brennan to the same standard that you hold the defense team. And that's it.
I certainly do. So, Mr. Brennan, if you do not have a site, then I need you to let us all know that as well.
I will. It's convenient to retort that there were 10 lies by the court that Mr. Alessi lined up. In fact, I looked at the transcripts, some of his suggestions that I didn't read the paperwork properly, which is wrong. I didn't try to shame him today. It was part of advocacy, and I accept that. There was a conversation, and if you remember, when I related Ms. Yannetti's remarks, it wasn't in relation to 3.6. It was in relation to the fact that they were using the federal investigation to create innuendo that could not be responded to. But I will provide.
For your request for the gag order? In support of your argument for the gag order?
In response to how they had used federal materials that were under seal that couldn't be rebutted to make suggestions. It directly related to that point, not 3.6. But I will provide the videos. Mr. Yannetti is right, and the exact statement that I used was from a court hearing, but then there were subsequent statements made. So my regrets to Attorney Yannetti, but it wasn't in fashion of a 3.6 violation. That wasn't the intention. It was to show how they've used these federal materials before the case was closed to their advantage.
All right, so if you have the site, I'll give you until tomorrow afternoon to find the Court TV site.
Very well.
If you have it, supply it to all, Ms. Giannetti. So I'm ordering the Commonwealth, if they have that Court TV site, to provide it to all of us. And if you don't, provide that as well. Provide
Very
that
much appreciate
information.
it.
as
Thank
well.
you.
Thank you. All right, that's it for today.
All rise to the court, please.
You are muted.
StreamYard muted me. My mic is turned on. StreamYard muted me. My mic was muted. I caught it and I hit the button. And then StreamYard muted me. I told you, StreamYard hates me. I said, where's that coming from now? I said that telling lies and being shady to win your case is bad. But what's really bad is to be so shady that you besmirch the reputation of your colleague. I mean, they are colleagues. This is just their job, and you're gonna say he said something on Court TV he shouldn't have been talking to Court TV about? He didn't even do it on Court TV. Exactly. Stupid. He reminds me of a kid I went to elementary school with. First day of school, this kid raised his hand and said, "Can we have homework tonight, please?" First day of school, I think it was second grade. We all hated that kid. That's who Brennan reminds me of. Okay, guys, I will let you go. I thought so. They're not going to have anything Friday. I thought they were going to do something Friday. So no more Karen Reed until next week. And that afternoon, I have a doctor's appointment. Okay, we got to find something to do. Tomorrow afternoon, I have to take the puppers to the vet to get their nails trimmed. So tomorrow, I'm just going to do Bill Spector in the morning. I'm going to take the afternoon off. And then I don't know. Friday we might just do Phil Spector for longer. I don't know. We'll figure something out. Okay. I will see you guys later. Bye. Thanks for hanging out with me again.